for the noise evidence, I think that there's the noise statement of common ground, which you should have seen.
And the statement of common ground,
Yes. There's the Wardell Armstrong screening letter.
Which is CD 1.15,
which I find problematic to open every time for some reason. The Environmental Health Officer's response, which was called document 3.14.
Yeah.
And then there are various guidance documents, but I think the core parts are set out in the proofs. So we'll see. It might be we have to go to those, but we might not. So I can give you the core document numbers if we need to go to those later on.
Yeah. So 3.14 was the Environmental Protection Officers, or whatever they're called, the EH.
I can't remember if it's an EHO or an EPO in this case, but yes.
The EHO
response.
EHO comments response. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So you think you'll be about an hour, yeah?
I'd hope less than that. Up to an hour, yes.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Right, well, if I can introduce Mr. Bryant to the inquiry. Mr. Bryant, if I can introduce you by reference to your proof of evidence, so that we have as core document 14.1, 14.3, I believe.
Yeah, I got a hard copy.
But we've got the inspector's got a hard copy anyway. Do you have that document in front of you, Mr. Bryant?
I do,
yes. So you tell us at paragraph 1.1 of your proof that your name is Samuel Bryant, you're the director at Cass Allen Associates Limited, and you hold a Master of Physics degree with honours and are a chartered engineer with this Engineering Council through the UK Institute of Acoustics. You're a corporate member of the Institute of Acoustics, and you've been practicing acoustics consultant for 14 years and have presented expert evidence in relation to noise matters at various planning committees, hearings and inquiries. And you explained that at 1.4 that the evidence you've prepared and provide for this appeal is true and has been prepared and is given in accordance with the guidance of your professional institution, and you confirm that the opinions expressed are your true and professional opinions. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. We'll take your proof as largely as read, but we'll just pick up on a few key points and where the key points of dispute are between you and Mr. Healy. And I just wanted to begin, as part of preparing your proof and the evidence that you've given for this inquiry, you visited the appeal site, is that correct?
I did.
And did you have the opportunity to speak to the residents of number 48 as part of that? Now, Mr. Healy has provided in his proof a layout of number 46. Have you seen that? So if we turn up Mr. Healy's proof, it's at his figure 8, which is on page 28. Well, it's PDF 28, internal page 23.
I have it.
Not sure how there's such a big difference between the two.
The layout, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what Mr. Healy tells us is that he was not able to visit number 48, but he has tried to get his best understanding by comparison to number 46 of what the layout of the two properties are, and he tells us that at his 6.1.9. Do you broadly agree with his description of the layout of number 48?
Yes.
Yes. Excellent. So we're agreed on that. Now, your evidence identifies a number of deficiencies in the Wardell Armstrong report or assessment, which we have at CD 1.15. Can you just summarise those for the inspector, just as a headline for now, what the key issues are that you've identified with that report?
Certainly. The two main issues I identified were, firstly, they took no consideration of the northern facade of number 48, which is potentially the worst case facade on the property in terms of noise impact. And secondly, the survey data that they presented had some incongruity in it, where the numbers didn't make sense. And those are the two main issues.
And that second point, the incongruity in the noise survey data, Mr. Healy says in his proof, this discrepancy does not undermine the core assessment conclusion of the Wardell-Armstrong report. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I would agree with that. What it does do, I think, is erode the trust that one can place within the Wardell-Armstrong report. But overall, it's likely to be immaterial. So
the crux, is it fair to describe the crux of dispute between you and Mr. Healy is as to the impact on the northern facade of number 48? And just to orientate ourselves, if we can go into your proof at 5.1, which is on internal page 6. You provided a plan at your figure 1. You explain at your 5.1 why it's important to assess the northern facade, and I think you just described it as potentially the worst case facade in terms of noise impacts. Firstly, I think there might be a typo in your paragraph 5.1, so if you could just clarify that, but also clarify for the inspector why you say the northern facade is important to assess.
Yes,
here.
Certainly. There is a typo in 5.1. Apologies. It should say western and northern facades rather than western and southern facades. Apologies for that.
And mine says western and northern facades.
In which case, I'm working with a copy in which I obviously changed it subsequently.
That's strange because mine also says western and southern, so I don't know what's happened there. But okay. Well, as long as you have the right one. Oh, I think it's, sorry, there are 2 sentences, sir. The first sentence refers to the corner of the western and southern facades of number 48.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes,
Thank you, yes. The reason it's important to consider the northern facade is the proposed access road layout, as it's stated there, is effectively equidistant from the western and the northern facades. And so any noise generated by road traffic on that road would be as loud on the western and northern facades. The reason it could be considered a worst case is that the noise environment is generally dictated by road traffic on Queenborough Road itself, and the northern facade benefits from more screening by the building itself than the western facade, and so it's generally quieter on the northern facade, and so the relative impact could potentially be higher.
And so when Mr. Healy refers to the proposed access as being to the south and west of number 48, do you agree with that view?
Only partially. It is to the south and west, but it is also to the northwest.
Thank you. And so in terms of assessing the impacts on the northern facade, can you set out in very simple terms, in layman's terms, as much as it's possible with the technical discipline like this, how does one go about assessing these kinds of noise impacts that we're concerned with in this appeal?
Certainly. The key issue really is any change in behaviour or change in amenity that the occupants might perceive or have imposed upon them. The way you would typically do that would be to look at the existing noise environment without the proposed access road and compare that to the noise environment with the proposed access road. And if they are currently at liberty to use certain areas in certain ways of their property, that would then be impeded by the access road and any increase in noise levels due to it, then there would be a change in behaviour, and that would need to be considered in terms of national planning policy, MPPG and PPG noise. In this case, it's appropriate to look at things such as whether or not occupants are currently free to open their windows and not exceed suitable internal noise levels. And then does that situation change with the increase in noise levels due to the access road? And the relevant documents to inform that would be BS 8233, British Standard 8233, which is core document CD 11.3, which is backed up by the World Health Organization Guidelines for Community Noise.
Sorry, which CD was it?
11.3.
11.3 is the British standard, and then the WHO guidelines that you've just referred to are 11.4, I believe.
Yeah.
Now, you've referred there to not exceeding acceptable noise levels. I think that's what you, and you derive those from the British standard backed up by the WHO guidelines. So what is the threshold or the level in numerical terms that you're applying in terms of acceptable or unacceptable levels of noise?
I refer to those in table 2 of my proof.
Yeah.
Document page 5 of 9, which sets out internal noise levels, both in terms of averages and maximum noise levels.
And if I just pause you there, yes. Averages, and I'm sure you're probably going to come on to this, but when you're talking about averages versus maximums, can you just explain what the difference is and which ones we're considering?
Yes. Yeah. So the average noise level is effectively a logarithmic average of the noise between two times. During the day, those times are set out to be 7 in the morning to 11 o'clock at night. Night time is 11 o'clock at night to 7 in the morning. And those are the average noise levels denoted by LAEQ and then the time. Additionally to those, at night time, it's important and appropriate to consider what are known as maximum noise levels, which are short-term peaks in noise due to individual events. In this case, an individual car pass. It doesn't last very long. It wouldn't necessarily affect an 8-hour average, but it is that sort of short, sharp noise that has the potential for sleep disturbance. And
LA max.
LAF max. Oh, LA max F.
LA max.
So they are, in general, just referred to as average and maximum noise levels, LAEQ being the average, LA max being maximum. And they are set out per room and per time period.
And so, sorry, I cut you off. You were saying, so you've got the numbers that you give in your table 2 those are the thresholds that you're applying when you're assessing the impacts on the northern facade? Indeed,
yeah. They are standard figures to which you would assess any internal noise level. And they are based on amenity as well as sleep disturbance potential.
And just to be entirely clear, those figures, and I think the 2 that we're really concerned with are the ones in the bottom right-hand corner of your table. So the sleeping nighttime figures.
Principally, yes.
Principally. Where did the 30 and the 45 come from?
It comes from the 30, in terms of the document, the 30 comes directly from BS 8233, Table 4 of BS 8233. Table 4 also contains a note, which is in both of our proofs, mine and Mr. Healy's, which says you should consider individual noise events. It doesn't put a number on it, and so where that is the case, it's appropriate to go to the World Health Organization, upon which BS 8233 was based, which sets out a figure of 45 dB LAF max, not to be exceeded 10 to 15 times per night. That figure was in the previous version of BS 8233 and also been picked up in subsequent planning documents, and so it is the appropriate figure to take.
Thank you. And you said that it's not just the level of noise, it's also the frequency. So you've referred to the 10 to 15 times per night figure.
Yes.
I think we're agreed here, based on the transport assessment, that there will be 32 vehicle passes per night. Is that agreed? That's agreed. Yes.
Which obviously exceeds the 10 to 15, and so if an individual vehicle pass exceeds that 45 dB, LAF max, then that would obviously exceed the 10 to 15 times per night figure, and so should be taken into account.
And in terms of agreement between you and Mr. Healy as to methodology, I understand the statement of common ground refers to the British standard that you've just referred to. It doesn't, I believe, refer to the WHO guidelines.
Not directly, no.
And then Mr. Healy has referred to another guidance document, the Acoustics, Ventilation and Overheating Guide, that I will probably call AVOG as a nice acronym. Now, that's not referred to in the Statement of Common Ground. What do you say about the relevance of that document? Sorry, that's core document 11.5, sir.
What's it called?
It's called the Acoustics, Ventilation and Overheating Guide. It's referred to in Mr. Healy's proof and in Mr. Bryant's rebuttal.
Sorry, just let me bring that up.
Of course.
ED 11.5.
Yes.
Sorry, bear with me.
No, of course.
Sorry, where is it referred to in Mr. Healy's proof?
Various points.
So the first one.
Sorry, in Mr. Bryant's proof.
Sorry. In which?
So
proof
it first arises in Mr. Healy's, in the appellant's noise evidence proof, and then Mr. Bryant does address it.
Okay.
Do you address it in your rebuttal brief?
Only
briefly.
I'm not sure I even mentioned this in my rebuttal.
No, apologies. That might be the way we've discussed it. So it's predominantly referred to in Mr. Healy's proof of evidence.
Okay,
it's not in the statement of common ground.
Just give me a paragraph in Mr. Healy's proof where it's first mentioned.
Yes, let me find that for you, sir. It's first mentioned. It's when he sets out the various guidance documents that he refers to.
If I may, it's 1.1.10.
In the summary, 1.1.10.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And then within the his section 5, where he's setting out the various guidance at 5.3.7.
Okay.
It gives a bit more detail about how he refers to that.
Yeah.
And so, yes.
Yeah, AVOG.
AVOG, yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah.
So, Mr. Bryant, if you could just explain your view on the relevance or otherwise of the AVOG guidance.
Yes,
here.
it within the scope of the AVO guide, as it's known, in paragraph 1.13 of that guide itself, it very clearly sets out that it's intended for the consideration of new residential development. In this case, obviously, we're not considering the impact on new residential development, rather an existing dwelling. And so this guide is not applicable in this case.
Entirely inapplicable. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And so, applying your methodology, which is, was broadly agreed in the Statement of Common Ground, which is based on the British Standard and the WHO, what is the modelled impact on the northern facade that you have found?
So, I undertook a noise survey on the northern facade of number 48, and the measure.
Slowly.
Apologies.
So, what is the model impact on the northern facade?
Yes, that was the question, sir. Sorry, I'll slow down.
Sorry, go on. So you undertook.
I undertook a site noise survey.
Yeah.
On the northern facade of number 48.
Yes.
Over a period of 2 days and 2 nights. The results of which showed that with the current noise environment at the site, the occupants are free to open those windows on the northern facade and achieve the internal noise levels set out in table 2 of my proof. Subsequently, and based on the figures from the modelling and traffic numbers presented in the Wardle-Armstrong report, I undertook my own modelling of the proposed access road, and the results were that with car passes on the access road, there would be a restriction to opening windows. The noise levels in table 2 of my proof would be exceeded, particularly in bedrooms at night, referring specifically to maximum noise levels.
Sorry, just tell me the bits of your proof and rebuttal proof.
Yes.
The relevant bits deal with that particular point.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I think I've read them, but just refresh my memory.
I think your assessment starts at section 7 of your proof, but if you want to just take them back to the specific findings.
Yes. So section 7.5 sets out the measured noise levels.
And that's the existing noise levels, is that right?
Yes, indeed. 7.5, including table 4.
Yeah.
And 7.8, 7.7 and 7.8 set out my conclusion that they are currently at liberty to open windows, and additionally note that they have no form of mechanical ventilation or cooling, such that they do rely on open windows regularly.
Yeah.
The results of the modelling are presented in table 5 and paragraph 7.13. And 7.14 is where I conclude that the modelled levels are sufficiently high that the occupant would have to rely on closed windows in order to meet the levels set out in table 2.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And in terms of that modelling that you've carried out, there are obviously other points of dispute between you and Mr. Healy, but do you understand that the modelling you've carried out has been challenged or is being challenged by the appellant, for example, by way of a rebuttal?
No.
And what, if anything, has the appellant done to model the impact on the northern facade since you, I mean, admittedly, after appeal stage, have brought this deficiency to their attention?
There was a quite broad brush consideration of the northern facade, where Mr. Healy applied a rule of thumb sound reduction to the noise level incident on the western facade to calculate the noise level on the northern facade. That reduction would be appropriate as a guideline for average noise levels, but doesn't take into account the maximum noise event, the maximum noise level where no reduction would be appropriate based on my modelling. And maximum noise levels aren't considered at all within Mr. Healy's proof. Beyond regurgitating what Wardle Armstrong said previously.
And Wardle Armstrong didn't consider maximum noise levels.
They did, but only on the western facade.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay.
And did Wardell Armstrong consider impacts on the western facades with the windows open or closed?
Closed. The logic behind that, which I don't disagree with, or rather I agree with, to put it more clearly, is that the current noise environment on the western facade is sufficiently high that occupants would need to rely on closed windows to meet the relevant figures. And so it's a reasonable assumption that they already have their windows closed, and so an assessment with windows closed is reasonable.
So reasonable.
Okay, sorry, let me just make a note of that. So neither Wardell Armstrong nor Mr. Healy considered the maximum noise levels for the northern elevation. They did consider it for the western elevation, but only with windows shut for the western windows, which is okay because of the existing road noise.
Yes.
Let me just note that. Okay.
And just for the inspector's note, this point about the maximum noise levels and the failure to consider that, is that dealt with in your rebuttal? That's what you deal with under the lack of consideration of maximum noise levels heading.
Which bits of your rebuttal, just remind me?
This is Mr. Bryant's rebuttal. There's no paragraph numbers, but it's on page 1 and it's under the heading lack of consideration of maximum noise levels. Quite a short document.
Yeah.
And that's the point you've just been making about those being the appropriate levels to assess. And so what are the likely consequences of the predictive noise levels that you have identified in terms of occupier behaviour?
So I believe the likely consequences are the occupants are or would require keeping their windows shut in order to meet the relevant internal noise levels, which is a material change to their current living environment where they can open those at liberty, which ties in with PPGN, Plan Practice Guidance Noise guidance, where that could be described as where there is no alternative ventilation, which is the case in this instance, having to keep windows closed most of the time because of the noise, which would then be categorized as significant observed adverse effect with an action to avoid.
And I think you set that guidance out, don't
in table 1 of my proof.
Yeah.
So they need to keep the northern windows closed in addition to the western windows.
Correct.
Yes. Table 1 of your proof. Okay.
And what, in policy terms, is the significance of why does it matter in policy terms that this amounts, in your assessment, to a significant observed adverse effect under the PPG guidance?
Because it's the word significant that's important there. The MPPF sets out that it's in 4.5, paragraph 4.5 of my proof, that mitigate and reduce to a minimum potential adverse impacts resulting from noise and from noise from new development, and to avoid noise giving rise to significant adverse impacts on health and quality of life. So it's the fact that they both tip into the significant category.
Yeah.
That's paragraph 187. And
198,
sorry, of the
Yes,
yeah. Yes,
198A.
which you've set out at 4.5 of your proof. Okay. And before we go on to mitigation, is there anything else that you want to say about the noise impacts that you've identified? Or do you think we've covered it?
I think it's relevant to the decision that, having spoken with the occupants, they regularly do rely on those windows being open for ventilation. When I was there, all of the windows and doors were open on that facade to habitable rooms. And as I say, they don't have any other alternative ventilation, such as mechanical ventilation. And so the open windows are important to them.
Thank you. And so just briefly on mitigation, there was some, you weren't here yesterday, but there was some discussion yesterday around the proposed acoustic fence, which is to be installed within the site, but along the boundary with number 48. And that's something which the planners have largely addressed in their evidence because it's an amenity impact question. But it is referred to in the Wardell Armstrong letter, and I think in the EHO response and in the officer report. Is it your understanding that that fence is intended to mitigate against the harm we've just been discussing, i.e. to the northern facade or even to the first level windows on the western facade?
Yes, it will be in order to reduce the impact generally across the dwelling in terms of western and northern facades, as well as within the gardens.
And in your view, is a 1.8 metre fence capable of mitigating those harms entirely?
No, it's not sufficiently high to mitigate. Effectively, it doesn't cut the line of sight between the access road and the first floor bedrooms. It is effective, however, at ground floor level.
So it's not the case that 1 point, and I don't think anyone is saying it is, because obviously the harm that you've identified is not something that had previously been identified, but it's not the case that the 1.8 metre fence renders the discussion we've just been having futile. The inspector will still need to consider the impact to the northern facade, even with that fence in place.
That's correct.
And do we have any idea what height of fence would be required to remove the harm to the northern facade that you've identified?
I don't know that. It would depend on various factors, the final layout of the access road, line of sight, and height of barrier, location of barrier. So that would be built within or baked into the design of the site.
What Mr. Healy has said in terms of potential mitigation is that, or avoidance even, I suppose, rather than mitigation, is that this is an outline application, and what is fixed is the access point, but not the internal route of the access road, and that's obviously correct. And he's shown some alternative potential routes at page 32 of his proof, I believe. That might be a PDF page, so let me check if that lines up with the internal pages, 27 of the internal pages,
Yeah.
6.6 of his proof. Do those alternative options overcome your concern?
I can't say at this point. No additional analysis of any of the points raised are provided alongside it.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. That was all my questions. Is there anything else that you wanted to add that you think we haven't covered?
No, I think that's it.
Right, while you wait there, I'm sure that my learned friend will have some questions for you. I'll do inspect. Thank you.
Okay, carry on, Mr. Hawley.
So do you mind if I just take 5 minutes? I'd just like to clarify something that's just come out.
Oh,
of-
sure,
of
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
My GCSE level maths is not sufficient to be able to work out a number, and I prefer to do it rather
Yeah,
than...
well, probably mine too. Shall we have a 10-minute break?
That would be wonderful.
Or do we need a bit more, 15 minutes?
Yes, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
let's have a 15-minute break. So it's nearly 10 past, so shall we come back at 25 past?
I'm grateful.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Great. Sure. Hasn't stopped these from working, has it? No, no. It's all right. Don't worry. I won't fall asleep. I mean, it's riveting stuff, but obviously, yeah. You want me to keep awake?
I've just got two things to hand up. One is the technical file note, actually, which I should have handed up earlier, that Mr. Helm spoke to earlier. No, not earlier, yesterday.
Yeah.
Just about how that 32 number of vehicle movements per night, which is not in dispute, is derived. I've handed a copy to my learned friend. Second point was...
You can give that to me if you want.
I will, yes, I thank you, sir. Second point was, I was just during the examination in chief there, I was just in the core documents, and I was looking at CD 11.1, which is the PPG, in the noise section. And for some reason, when I click on that, it tells me about heritage. So I've printed off a copy of the table. I know it's in people's proofs, but it's quite small, and it's just handy to have.
That's
to
useful,
hand.
yeah.
Well, I say I've printed off. Of course, I haven't. Just asked somebody to do it for me.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So there's the highway news.
Yeah, good.
And there's the PPG.
Yeah, great. Just the table, yeah.
Just the table, yeah. There's a link. It's in the PPG. There's a hyperlink that takes you to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And anything else that I should?
No, that was everything from
Yeah.
my side. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Over to you.
Good morning, Mr. Bryan. Morning. In fact, sorry, I should have given you a copy of this as well. I know you'll know it off by heart. I'm sure it's ever present in your mind.
I've got it.
Have you got it? Wonderful. But essentially, what we're dealing with here, and the purpose of the noise evidence from both yourself and Mr. Healy, is to thread it through policy and see where we end up in the overall planning balance and how noise features.
Agreed.
So ultimately, there is a discipline of acoustics, which both yourself and Mr. Healy have undertaken assessments, but then we apply it to the policy and we draw those conclusions forward. Yeah. And in this case, it's important, isn't it, to establish where we might be in terms of the level of effect, because that is something that the inspector needs to consider.
Yes.
Okay. Right then. So let's do some, what I think are going to be some easy things first. Your examination in chief there ended with discussion about the acoustic fence. You weren't here yesterday. There has been discussion about the acoustic fence, and in the officer's report, which you might have read, it refers to the environmental health officer having requested an acoustic fence of 2 to 2.5 metres. But if you actually look at the consultee response from the environmental health officer, it doesn't mention any such height, and the Wardle-Armstrong modelling is based on a 1.8 metre high fence. And you confirmed in examination in chief that you've considered a 1.8 metre high fence. Mr. Healy has confirmed in his written evidence that he's considered a 1.8 metre high fence. And is it fair to say, therefore, that we're all agreed that a 1 metre high acoustic fence along the property boundary will provide, will deal with any issue in terms of the ground floor of the western facade and the garden?
Yep.
Yeah.
I would agree.
And we're also agreed that an fence of 1.8 metres high isn't going to intercept the line of sight in terms of first floor windows.
Correct.
Okay. So it's our proposal to have a 1.8 metre high fence, and it's probably more a matter for planning, but essentially I think we're all agreed that what's actually being modelled by everybody is a 1.8 metre high fence, not a 2 metre high fence, not a 2.5 metre high fence.
Sorry, at that point, can I just ask a supplementary? Does that 1.8 metre high fence have to come all the way to the front boundary of the property in order to mitigate the noise to number 48?
Probably not all the way. I haven't modelled how far it would have to go as a minimum. There is already a fence there, but obviously that's outside of the control of the applicant. That would be a matter for detailed design.
Okay. Okay.
If I might just pick up on that, actually, sir, as well.
Yeah, you were. Sorry, you're probably going to.
No, I wasn't going to. No,
Okay.
it's a helpful point. In terms of the assessment, there's no disagreement between yourself and Wardle Armstrong in terms of the western facade. Is the windows closed? The existing noise environment is one where the windows would be closed. Therefore, internal noise levels can be achieved at an acceptable level with windows closed, and there'll be no change in behaviour.
Correct.
Yeah. I appreciate no modelling has been done of the southern elevation or facade of the property, but that is the facade that's most exposed to the road noise from Queenborough Road.
Yes.
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 So that is the dominant noise environment in terms of that facade, which is the facade that would be effective, if I put it that way, by bringing an acoustic fence all the way to Queenborough Road. So actually, and I appreciate you haven't done any assessment, but in your view, considering those matters, is it likely or unlikely that a 1.8 metre high fence is going to have to come back to the back of footpath?
I would say it's unlikely.
Yeah. In terms of the fence as well, obviously what we're dealing with here is an outline application, and the proposal that has been considered is one whereby there's already a fence that delineates the boundary of the properties. It's already timber, it's already 1.8 metre high. As the evolution of this has gone on, Wardle Armstrong, proceeding on the basis of no objection from the EHO or no objection from during the course of the application, just the surprise when one gets to committee, proceeded on the basis of putting the fence in that location, because everybody at that point was perfectly happy with the fence being in that location. This being an outline application, subject to reserve matters, obviously we're in agreement that the internal element of the estate road could vary, couldn't it? But so too could the location of the fence. It could be brought closer to the road, depending on the ultimate line of the road. Yes? And in terms of the effect of that mitigation, the closer it would be to the noise source, i.e. the road, there is the potential for it to provide a greater level of mitigation in terms of intercepting that line of sight.
Potentially, there are a lot of moving parts, but in general terms, that's true.
Yeah.
It completely depends on the final route of
Absolutely.
the access road and the width of the access road. If it's 2 lanes wide, it might be that even if the 1.8 metre barrier were right up against it, the farther lane might
take the
have longer
point. The
sight
near
routes.
carriageway might be intercepted.
Yes.
The far carriageway might
Exactly.
not. I appreciate none of this is black and white.
Yes. Degrees of metres and inches.
But those are all things that are in the mix.
Yes.
They're all part of a future design, aren't they?
They are.
That would be subject to consideration by the council as part of a reserve matters application.
Typically, yes.
Yeah. And what's good for the goose is good for the gander. The same applies. That applies to the fence, but the same also applies to the configuration of the roads, doesn't it?
It would, yes.
Yeah. So obviously, because there isn't something in front of you, you've been asked to model something that has been provided. That's what the council have asked you to do. You haven't been asked to, for example, work out what would be an acceptable solution in your view. You haven't been tasked with looking at those different moving parts.
No.
But in the present case, this isn't, given the range of different options, if you look at the configuration of the site itself, this isn't, for example, a site where, you've got a residential road with houses all the way along it and a development site behind, and a bungalow has been bought and punched through and you're very close to residential properties on each side, and that's where the road's going, it's not going anywhere else, it's physically constrained. We're in a situation here where there is some degree of flexibility at least.
As I understand it now, yes. From, I believe it's the EPO's note, I believe he said that it was his understanding that that was the only access route available.
Yeah.
Due to other constraints.
Yeah.
I can't comment on that, but that's my understanding.
Yeah.
If that has changed or isn't the case, then certainly it could be adjusted accordingly.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. Could I ask you to look, please, at the Design Manual for Roads and Bridges, CD 11.6?
Yes.
Page 21 in there.
PDF 21.
It is. Ooh, I don't,
Or
PDF page 22.
okay.
22 of 67 it's showing for me.
Thank you.
Page 21 of the actual document, yeah?
That's right,
Yeah.
sir, yes. And just toward the top of the page there, we've got a heading in bold that says determining significance. And obviously this is to do with noise. And 3.49 tells us that lowest observed and significant observed should be set for all noise sensitive receptors within the study area for time periods when they're in use. And what this document is considering is the design of roads, isn't it?
It is.
It is concerned with transport noise. Yeah. And at 3.49.1, it tells us that we should set out the lowest observed adverse effect level and significant observed adverse effect level for all noise sensitive receptors in accordance with table 3.49.1, which immediately follows. And that tells us that we should set those levels for two different time periods, the day period and the night period. And the levels we should set should be 10 and 8 hour averages for the day. Yes? Sorry, 18 hours, 18 hour averages for the,
Yes.
for the day. And equally at night, we end up with a free field observance, don't we, for the threshold.
Yes. They aren't exactly averages, but you could take them to be such without getting too deep into the everything that
I don't want
acoustics
to do
is.
that.
No, no one does.
So essentially this table is setting out that when you are considering the effects of transport noises, you set out thresholds, if I put it that way, or levels, and you base that on averages.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if I'm following the DMRB, it doesn't tell me to take consideration of individual nighttime maximum events, does it?
It doesn't.
No. Okay. Could we also have a look at CD 11.7, please, which is the calculation of road traffic noise, which when you open it up looks very much of its 1980s era.
Yes, indeed.
But it's still relevant guidance, yes?
It is. It is guidance. It's not anything that we agreed as part of the statement of common ground and the assessment. But it is relevant.
In terms of the calculations that Wardle Armstrong undertook, translating the traffic survey results, etc., into usable data, that they took account of this. Yes. If we could go to page 41, that's internal page 41. PDF page 44 of 100.
The bottom of the bottom right is page 41, is it?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
right, sir.
on the document.
There's a graph on there
Yeah.
with some loopy lines.
Oh dear. Yes.
I'm not going to ask too much detail about any of that. Don't worry.
Yeah.
What this chart does is this is a correction, because what this guidance does is it sets out a flowchart effectively of design considerations. You've got a starting point and then you make adjustments depending on whether there's a noise barrier in the way, what the road surface is, what the speed of the traffic might be, the percentage of heavy good vehicles, etc., etc. So it attempts to get as close to real life as possible by taking into account site-specific factors.
Yes.
Chart 4 is the correction for mean traffic speed and percentage of heavy vehicles. And we, along the right-hand axis, we have a percentage of heavy vehicles from 0 to 80%. So we've got a range of different options for heavy vehicles. We don't think that there's many heavy vehicles on Queenborough Road. People have observed the odd HGV, but it's not, that isn't the bulk of the traffic. But essentially what this correction is doing is it's saying that the faster a vehicle goes, the noisier it is.
Yes.
Yeah, and you don't disagree with that? No. Okay, now in terms of vehicle noise, the modelling that Wardle Armstrong did was on the assumption that all vehicles were internal combustion engine vehicles. Yeah. Whilst you have raised some concerns about the Wardle Armstrong assessment overall, there are parts of it with which you agree. For example, the western facade, the overall conclusions. And as a matter of fact, you use the data from the Wardle Armstrong report in terms of your assessment on the northern facade.
Yes.
Because you use the vehicle data and the noise measurements, etc.
Essentially the
from
same
there.
Traffic flows and
Yeah. So if we were in a world where you were deeply unhappy with the entirety of what Wardle Armstrong had done, you wouldn't be in a position where you're adopting some of the data sources that they've provided. So it's fair to say that you do at least have some degree of confidence in what Wardle Armstrong have done in specific areas, because you've taken it and carried it forward into your assessment.
yes, it seemed reasonable, and I had no other data on which to base an assessment.
And as a matter of fact, some cars are electric cars, aren't they? Yeah, and an increasing proportion of vehicles are electric cars. And should this government or the next government, whenever the next government is, if we get another new prime minister, who knows? But remains a general target of electrification and net zero, doesn't there? An eradication of the internal combustion engine.
Correct.
Yeah. As things presently stand, we can assume in terms of the proportion of electric vehicles of the overall national fleet, it's going in one direction, it's going up. Combustion engines are falling. And the where we've got an assessment here which is based on 100% combustion engine, then when we're dealing with relatively low speeds as we are here, in terms of engine noise, then it's very much a worst case scenario, isn't it? If you're assuming that 100% are combustion vehicles.
Yes.
If a no, I don't need to go any further than that. That's fine. Thank you. Now, the noise survey data that has been carried forward from Queenborough Road, that is a 30-mile-per-hour road. Yeah.
Yep.
And you've carried forward the data from there was 2 receptors, weren't there? And it was the one, obviously, that was most proximate to Queenborough Road that you used. So that's a 30-mile-an-hour road. It's the agreed position that the reserve matters for the scheme will include measures. I think the way to put it is it will be to a design speed of 20 mile per hour because it's an entirely residential development. And obviously, when people hear that, they assume whatever, you know, it's going to be. But there's lots of different ways of doing that, aren't there? You know, you can narrow highways, you can have chicanes. It's all to do with the design of the interface of roads and footways, etc., etc. But the point is, and the ambition is, and certainly the requirement of the council, is that the maximum speed, the maximum allowable speed the maximum speed for the development will be less than Queenborough Road, because that's 30 miles per hour.
Yes.
Yeah. And we know that the faster the vehicles travel, the louder they are. Yes.
Yes.
So in terms of the vehicles that are using the access road, they, if the design is done properly, which is in the control of the council, should be travelling in a lower speed environment than Queenborough Road. Yes?
Right.
So they will be quieter than the cars on Queenborough Road. Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. And in terms of the speed, the configuration of the road is important as well, isn't it? If you've got a big straight road that's wide and open, generally people tend to drive a bit faster down that than they do approaching a give-way junction or a sharp bend, or if the road that they're on is narrowed deliberately to reduce speed, it makes drivers more conscious, doesn't it? Generally, I mean, you always get some outlier who's a lunatic, but you know, the point is that you narrow carriageways to make drivers more conscious and aware, and then they're more careful, they slow down. Yeah. And if we look at, for example, the design scheme that you've considered, the option that was put forward as part of the application, because of course, to remind ourselves, nobody raised any issue with it. So why wouldn't the applicant have just carried on with that? That involves a give-way junction to Queenborough Road, and then one travels north, and then a fairly sharp corner. Yeah, and likewise, if one were exiting the estate, then you turn round that corner, and then you're approaching a give-way. Yeah, reasonable to say that's not an environment where you're going full tilt within the confines of the speed limit, because the road configuration is one which is slowing you down, and you know you're about to come to a give-way junction.
Yes.
Yeah.
True.
And when you're turning in, you will have turned right, and yes, you might not have come to a complete halt, but you will have slowed right down to be able to turn right. So you're starting from a low speed before you go up to the corner where, again, one would think you'd be going round it at a low speed, and then into the residential estate. Okay. And also, in terms of those trips, the nighttime trips, we don't have information that tells us where they're spread through the night. But would you agree it's a reasonable assumption that, you know, most of these trips aren't delivery drivers, are they? They're during the day, randomly during the day. It's not refuse vehicles, it's not the postman. It is probably a resident returning from some social event or work event, if they're a shift worker, or indeed in the morning they happen to be someone who unfortunately has to get up very early every morning and be on the road by 5 to 7
Yes.
in order to miss the traffic. So the users of the road in the hours we're concerned with, the night time, are residents of the development, probably.
Yes.
And most people, not everyone, but it's fair to say that quite a lot of people have some degree of courtesy for their neighbours and such like. If one was
You would hope so. Yes.
getting in your car at whatever time at
Yep.
night or getting out of it, you know, most people are not there slamming doors and shouting loudly. Some people do, of course, but you know, this is a solely residential estate. So there is a behavioural element to the way that people will use this road as well, both in terms of the configuration and the fact that they live there. This isn't, unlike Queenborough Road, which is effectively can be used as a through route. You know, you could go along and use Queenborough Road, couldn't you? Because you're cutting through from somewhere to the north, going somewhere to the south. It's not somewhere that you have any connection with or live with. If you're using the access road, this is your home, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Let's have a look at CD 11.3, which is the British Standard 8233. And I'd like to go to Table 4, which is on internal page 24. Which is PDF page 30.
Yes, I have it.
Yeah, okay. So, as we all well know by now, Table 4 is talking about indoor ambient noise levels for dwellings. Para 7.7.2 makes it clear that in general, for steady external noise sources, it's desirable that the internal ambient noise level does not exceed the guideline values in Table 4. Yeah. And that is giving us averages, isn't it?
It is.
In the table. And it is not including in that table, expressly including maximum nighttime events, is it?
Not within the table,
albeit the
within
note.
note 4, it
So-
explicitly says you should.
Yeah. So then note 4 tells us to consider regular individual noise events. Yes?
Yes.
For example, scheduled aircraft or passing trains can cause sleep disturbance. Yeah. So the examples given are fairly noisy things, aren't they? Aircraft and trains.
That would be a relative
Yeah.
term. A plane 100 miles away is quieter than a car 5 meters away.
Yes. Albeit a plane 100 miles away probably wouldn't be a regular individual noise event that we're looking to model. Yeah.
For effect, but
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it's the individual noise event
Yeah.
is the key thing rather than the source of the noise.
And what it says is that a guideline value may be set in terms of SEL or LA max F, depending on the character and number of events per night. Sporadic noise events could require separate values. Yeah?
Yes.
So that's a note that says you might want to take this into account. Yeah? It's not in the table. And if you are going to take it into account on the basis of the circumstances, it invites a considerable degree of judgment, doesn't it? Because it invites you to set guidelines and parameters, and then you would look elsewhere to inform your decision as to those guidelines and parameters. And as you said in chief, you look to the WHO guidance from 1990 something, 7, 9. Okay. But the British Standard doesn't direct you to the WHO guidance, does it?
It doesn't.
No.
Oh,
If
sorry. I would say, however, that that table 4 is based on WHO guidance, and that figure of 45 does turn up in the Wardle-Armstrong report,
yes,
which, as we agreed in the Statement of Common Ground, the assessment methodology is generally appropriate.
yeah. So if we go to the WHO guidance, which is CD 11.4, and internal page 28 of that, which is PDF page 48.
Yes.
And just for your record, sir, you don't need to turn it up, but this is all under the section 3.4 sleep disturbance, which is internal page 2646. It's just the bit that I'm going to a little further along. So on page 28, the second para in there, it starts with for a good sleep. Yeah. It's believed that indoor sound pressure levels should not exceed approximately 45 dB LA max more than 10 to 15 times per night. And then it goes on for intermittent events that approximate aircraft noise, because again we were looking at the example from the WHO guidance and from the British Standard, and it was, it's talking about aircraft noise or trains, isn't it?
It is.
Rather than cars. Cars passing houses is entirely commonplace, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. Whereas planes and trains are fixed to flight paths and train lines, aren't they?
They are, as are cars fixed to roads.
Yeah, but roads are always near houses.
Yes.
Airports and train lines are not always near houses.
No. Well, they are when the houses they do go past houses everywhere, and they are fixed in place. So, sorry, I don't follow the.
Well, the point is that the guidance is focused on aircraft noise, isn't it? Well, it gives examples of aircraft noise and train noise. That's what we looked at in the previous document.
Yes, yeah, those are the examples.
Yeah, and I was just making the point that pretty much everywhere where you've got a house, you've got a road.
Yes, true.
Yeah, it's not unusual to find a road near a house, is it?
No.
And what it's dealing with for intermittent events that approximate aircraft noise with an effective duration of 10 to 30 seconds. Yeah. So what this is doing is it's considering intermittent events. It's giving the which might be a proxy for aircraft noise, or it might be an intermittent event that isn't an aircraft but has an equivalent effect.
Yes.
So it's not just limited to aircraft, because we know also it cites trains, or
yes.
It might be something else. I don't know what. But it's talking about intermittent events that approximate aircraft noise with an effective duration of 10 to 30 seconds. SEL values, and nobody's really turned to SEL values in their work, have they? Of 55 to 60 dBA, correspond to an LA max value of 45 dB. Yeah, so that's that's that LA max, isn't it? 45 dB that you cite, and which in fairness is in the Wardle-Armstrong report. Yeah, and that's dealing with intermittent events with an effective duration of 10 to 30 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, 30 seconds doesn't sound like a very long time. If you stop doing something for 30 seconds, actually you realise half a minute is a reasonable length of time.
It is.
Yeah. A vehicle accessing, using the access road is not going to be using it for 30 seconds, is it?
No, it might be close to 10.
Yeah. So it's going to be very much at the bottom end of that range, or perhaps below it. I don't know. Depends on the configuration of it.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
the speed that they drive at.
Yeah.
But we're certainly not toward the upper end, are we? We haven't got a noise event that's lasting 30 seconds of a car passing.
No.
The duration is relevant, isn't it, to how that might be perceived by occupants?
It's less of a perception thing and more of a sleep disturbance thing. Obviously, you don't necessarily perceive while you're asleep. It's effectively firing your central nervous system and waking you up, even if you're not totally awake.
Yeah.
An individual noise event of 10 seconds-ish could wake you up. Not fully, but it could interrupt your sleep. It would be a better way of putting it. So it's not a perception thing, no.
Yeah. But a 30-second event is more likely to than a 10-second event, isn't it? All other things being equal.
Not necessarily. I couldn't say one way or the other whether the same effect on sleep disturbance, having been slightly woken up by something that lasts 10 seconds or 30, would have the same effect on your overall sleep. I couldn't say one way or the other.
Okay. But we have agreed that we're at the bottom range of that duration, of that effective duration, aren't we?
Probably.
In terms of what we're dealing with here.
I would have to look at the numbers, as you say.
Okay.
It is relevant to look at point A underneath, where noise source and environment low background noise level, for example, night traffic in suburban residential areas. So it does also reference traffic.
Yep. But we also know, and I appreciate, we've gone into real granular detail here, and we're looking at the different facades. If we're looking at, this is talking, A is talking about an environment, for example, a suburban residential area, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that could be quite a big area. It's at least a street, isn't it? A suburban residential area.
Yes.
Or it might be a collection of streets. Yeah. The noise environment on the northern facade and the western facade of the subject property is already at a level where windows are closed.
Not the northern facade, no.
Sorry, the southern.
Yes.
Yeah. So whilst A is talking about you need to be considerate of low noise environments, suburban area that might be a street or a collection of streets, the noise environment here, and I appreciate you've done your surveys and you say, well, if I'm stood in the back garden or to the north of the back garden, then the northern facade is a relatively low noise environment. You don't get the breakout from Queenborough Road because you've got the shielding of
the building screens.
Of the building. But point A is talking about environments. The example it gives is a much bigger environment of low noise, isn't it? It's a suburban area. It's not, you need to give consideration, the environment is a low background noise level because I've looked at every single facade of a house.
I wouldn't put it quite like that, no. I think noise necessarily varies due to screening and due to all of those things.
Yeah.
I think what the night traffic in suburban residential areas is talking about an area in which night traffic occurs and there are areas within that area where noise levels are low. We've shown at 48 that there is huge variation just in one property.
Yeah.
But in an environment where, on a still night, the noise environment is dominated, even at a low level, by road traffic, suburban road traffic. I think that would be covered by this. Yeah.
And in terms of if you're going to drill down to, rather than dealing with a suburban residential area, you're going to deal with a single house. This particular house we're dealing with, it depends where you are in the house as well, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
If I'm sleeping in the front room, then I've got a different noise environment, you say, to the back room.
Yes.
Yeah. But as an individual, I know about the different noise environments in my house, don't I? It's something I, live with.
Yes. Okay. I suspect that's why they open their northern windows more than the southern.
Well, that's why. I think, in fairness, we can say that you're reporting that the owner of the property who's objected to this scheme has told you that he regularly opens those windows.
True. And also what I witnessed whilst on site.
Yeah. Okay. So, going to your proof, page 5 of that, which is PDF page 6. And we've got a heading there that directs us to BS 8233. Yeah.
Yes, correct.
And from 414 onwards, and we've had a look at BS 8233, and we've had a look at Table 4 in BS 8233. And you tell us that BS 8233 provides guidance on appropriate internal and external noise levels for residential and other developments. It provides guidance for the potential of adverse impact of individual noises. And again, we see the text there that says regular individual noise events, for example, scheduled aircraft or passing trains. Yes?
Yes.
And then in the absence of numerical guidance, this is where you bring in, you know, your choice is the WHA guidelines. Yeah? And then your table 2 isn't table 4 from BS 8233. Part of it is, isn't it? But your
Yes.
table 2 is a blend of BS 8233 and the WHO guidance.
Yes.
Yeah. So where you add the footnote of 1 of not exceeded more than 10 to 15 times per night, that is taken from the WHO guidance,
Correct.
not the BS 8233 guidance. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of table 3, then, that is an adjustment for a partially open window, as I
Yes.
understand it. Yeah. So we're adding 15 dB to each value,
Yes.
because we get 15 dB of insulation from a partially open window. We get 25 from a closed window.
Yes.
Yeah. So that gives us, you know, 60 dB, for example, in terms of your LA max, because with the window fully open, we've got 45. And likewise, the 30 average for sleeping between 11 o'clock at night and 7 in the morning goes from 30 to 45 because of that additional insulation. Now, when we look at your assessment, you have undertaken modelling. You explain, and sorry, I should say this is PDF page 9, so this is page 8 of your proof. You explain how you've used the traffic flows. We've got those 32 vehicle movements over the course of the 8 hours. And you've used the nighttime measurements from Queenborough Road from Wardle Armstrong to model the point source for the northern facade in terms of intermittent events.
Correct. Yeah. As per the statement of common ground.
Okay. Table 5, you set out your assessments.
Yes.
Yeah. And what we need to do is we need to compare those to the guidance that
Yes.
you know, the levels that we just looked at earlier in your document. So in terms of what we're looking at here, if we just scroll back to, we're going to have to kind of look at page 5 and page 8, which is a lot easier if you've got a paper copy.
Table 5 and table 2, yeah?
Table 3 and table...
Sorry, table 3, table 5.
Because table 3
Table
takes
3,
account of
Yeah,
15 dB
yeah.
insulation for a partially open window. So just so we know where we are, we've got table 3, and the first row is obviously identifying what we're dealing with, activity, location, and the time period. The second one is dealing with living room that you might be resting in, it seems, and obviously that's only during the day, isn't it?
Yes.
Because most people
Yes.
generally just use their living room during the day. Some people will be, but you know, fine. And what we've got there for the period of 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. is a 16-hour average of 50 dB. Yeah,
That's the limit. Yes.
as the limit. And when we turn to page 8, we've got ground floor reception room, which I take to be living room.
Yes, yeah, it is. Reception.
And we've got 47 dB average over the 16-hour period there.
Yes.
So we've got, you know, on your account, we've got a tick in the box there. That's green. It's not a problem. We then look at our go back to table 3. And we look at sleeping, bedroom 2300 to 0700. We've got 45 dB 8-hour average there.
Yep.
Then when we go back to your table 5, which is the, you know, your assessment, we see first floor bedroom 45 dB 8-hour average.
Yes.
So again, we've got a tick there. That's green.
Indeed.
So I know we've got this issue about what's been described as incongruous data between the Wardle-Armstrong survey points.
Yes.
But I heard in your examination in chief that essentially you agree with Mr. Healy that that's an interesting technical point that we could all opine about, but actually it's immaterial to what we're dealing with.
Yeah,
here.
neither of these are based on survey data particularly.
Yeah, okay. So really we don't need to spend any time on that, do we? Because whilst you say, well, it questions the credibility of the WA document, you, as we've already established, you have no hesitation in adopting some of the WA survey results because you've used them in your modelling.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
The ones that make sense, at least.
Yeah. So in reality, that point, the inspector need not concern himself with any of that because it doesn't go to the issue at hand, which is that the council say there will be a level of effect in terms of nighttime noise levels from an intermittent source on the northern facade in the north facing bedrooms. That's the issue, isn't it?
I would agree with that. Yes.
And actually that bit about incongruous data, I know that everyone starts an appeal and an inquiry looking at everything, but actually it doesn't matter.
It doesn't factor into this, no.
No. Okay. All right. So the only issue between us, so the only issue that the inspector need to be concerned about is your table 5 and the bit we look at there. So we're agreed on 45 dB 8-hour average. It is the 70 dB LA max. That's the council's concern, and that is the council's evidence. Now, I just want to go to. So we've effectively got a very narrow issue, haven't we? I mean, I'm not saying it's not. You know, it might be important or it might not. But the point is, actually, for all the documents that we've got, that is the only issue that is between us. Right.
Sorry, that is the one issue, but you consider it to be a very important issue.
It is.
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
Okay. So if we could have a look at the Wardle-Armstrong noise screening document. If we start at internal page 4, which helpfully is also PDF page 4.
So 11, so
1.15. Yeah, sorry, sir.
Bear with me. Sorry, page
4.
Cool. one with the photo on it, yeah?
The one with the photo on it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. In fact, it is the photo. So the photo, all that tells us is where those monitoring locations were. There are two, ML1 and ML2. ML1 is the survey data, the survey point that you use as a proxy for your modelling for the point source.
A calibration point, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then we've got at table 1 on page 5 and table 2, we've got a summary of the monitored sound levels from those two locations, ML1 and ML2. And what we can see is we've got that broken down into background sound level, residual sound level, and maximum sound level, and then further subdivided into day and night. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, it doesn't expressly say so here, but I understand night to be 2300 to 0700.
That's
all we're talking
standard.
about. Yeah. So we know no disagreement there. And obviously, down the first column, we can see some information just telling us how that information is being expressed. So we've got an arithmetic average, a logarithmic average, the modal value, etc. Yeah. The first one we've got is range. We can see, for example, that there is a range in background sound level for day of 33 dB to 42, and at night 32 to 49. Yeah.
Yes.
Likewise, we can see.
Sorry, that's not the average. Sorry. Apologies, did you say background or average?
I said background.
Background, yes, sorry,
yeah.
Yes.
And then likewise for residual sound level, yep. We've got a range, haven't we, from 44 to 63 in the day and 40 to 52 in the night.
Yes.
And then for our maximum sound level, our LAF max T, during the day we've got a range from 63 to 94, and during the night we've got a range from 51 to 68. When we look, for example, at the night maximum sound level, dB, we've got a median of 59. Basically, the noise of a car passing differs from car to car because some are going faster, some are going slower. One might have particular characteristics that make it noisy, I don't know what. Mm-hmm. Some might have characteristics that make it quieter. I suppose one example would be a combustion car would be louder at 15 miles per hour than an electric car.
More likely, yes.
Yeah. So there is a range.
There is.
And our survey data tells us that there's a range. Yeah. You told us in chief that all the cars would be 70 dB.
You have to pick a figure.
Yeah.
And based on the survey data calibrated within the model and then the subsequent distance between the access road and the facade, that's the figure to use, which matches the Wardle-Armstrong assessment.
Yeah. But we don't see where you picked that figure, but we do know there's a range, don't we?
Yes.
So that's required the application of judgment to come to effectively a singular figure rather than give a range.
Yes. Typically, if you have the raw survey data, which I didn't in this case, when doing the assessment of this particular bit, the calibration point, you can, and you do select the 10 to 15 highest L maxes. They tend to be fairly consistent because, as we've established, the 10 to 15 times per night 45 figure not to be exceeded, and that's why you would pick that.
Yeah, but you didn't have that data.
Well, it is buried in here and also able to calibrate alongside the calibrated model within the Wardle-Armstrong. So I didn't have the raw data, but I have the figures in which you can draw that data out.
I'm asking these questions because I don't see where in your proof you explain having done that, and you presented today to the inspector as if, you said, well, all the vehicles passing are passing at 70, but that's not right, is it? Not all the vehicles passing are passing at 70, are they?
No, but the loudest 10 to 15 would be 70 or higher.
We know that not all vehicles would be, so the inspector shouldn't go away thinking that all vehicles would be passing this property, resulting in 70 dB.
No, there wouldn't be a massive range. As you say, it would be a very consistent access road, and short of sort of modified cars with different exhausts, engines are relatively consistent. Also excluding electric cars, as you say.
Yeah. I mean, if we look at the range from ML1 in the Wardle Armstrong report, that table 1, we've got a range of 17 dB, haven't we, over the night time?
We have.
Would you describe that as a narrow range or a wide range?
That would be a wide range.
Yeah.
But as you say, the roads are different.
Yeah. And we've already agreed that the access road will be a slower noise environment. Sorry, a slower drive, a slower speed environment.
I don't have the speed data
Okay.
because it is on a bend. I couldn't say, and it's a narrow road, I couldn't say that every car down there is doing 30.
That wasn't what I was asking.
No. But
I wasn't asking for what speed they're going, but we know that that's 30 miles per hour. We know that we are designing our scheme to 20. We know that cars that are going slower are less noisy.
yes.
Yeah. I thought we'd agreed that the cars using the access road would generally be going slower than on Queenborough Road.
I wouldn't. I don't think I agree to that necessarily.
Okay.
I don't have the speed data for Queenborough Road. They would be allowed to be as we know, the speed limit is a maximum permissible. So if both roads were being used at their maximum permissible speed, then yes, I would agree that a 30 mile an hour road would be louder than a 20. But this data is obviously as people use Queenborough Road.
Yes. Okay. Could I ask you to turn up? I don't know whether you're going to have a copy. Do you have access to all of the documents and the proof? Do you have access to the appellant's highways proof of evidence?
I can probably find it, but I haven't read it. Do you have a core document number?
It's in. Yeah, let me find it.
14.8, thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, 13.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, sorry, I was cheating by just looking at my own version, which I really couldn't help you with at all. Okay. Let me know when you've got that.
I have it open.
Thank you. Could I ask you to turn to PDF page 11, please?
Yeah, 11. Yes.
And 3.1.4, we see there a heading of traffic flows on Queenborough Road. And what it tells us is that Ashley Helm undertook automatic traffic counts, tubes in the road in the vicinity of the appeal site access. And that there were 2 number sets of pneumatic tubes either side of the appeal site access location. Yes?
Yes.
And the reason they are at the access site location is because they are monitoring both the volume of traffic and also the speed of traffic in order to be able to design the access, in order to be able to provide sufficient visibility displays, because the faster a car travels, or the faster the speed of the use of the road, the longer the visibility display that you need to design. So that's why this information was procured. And then we turn over the page and we get to 3.1.6 and we see the title Speed Limit Queenborough Road. Yeah, and it says there's a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit on Queenborough Road, coincident with the appeal site boundary. This goes to the discussion we were just having about Queenborough Road is 30, but you were, making the point when it's on a bend, I don't know how fast the cars are as compared to they might be on the access road, which is designed to have a maximum speed of 20.
Sure.
And what we see here is that these surveys showed that there were recorded 7-day average speeds of what it says there at 3.1.7.2, and then at 3.1.8 we get to vehicle speeds in the 85th percentile. Yeah, so that is 85%. The percentile is the percentile, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
And what that is telling us is that northbound, the 85th percentile of all of the traffic that was monitored was rounding 29 miles per hour, 28.7, and eastbound and westbound was 29.2, 29.1, again rounding 29 miles per hour.
Yes.
So the 85th percentile of vehicles, they were travelling pretty close to the speed limit, weren't they? 29 instead of 30.
Yes.
Now, obviously, we're designing our access road, aren't we, on the basis, not just that there's a sign that says, and do tell me if you don't know this, because I appreciate you dealing just with noise, but the design of the access, when it's indicated that it is to be designed in a way to have a 20 mile per hour maximum, that's the physical arrangement of the access. It isn't just a sign that says, please drive slowly, 20 miles per hour. Can we agree that, as a measure, that can be, if designed well, effective, because it's not just relying on somebody reading a sign and then deciding to comply with it. It is engaging their perception and their ability to use the road and how they use it.
Yes.
Yeah. So given that we've got the 85th percentile vehicle speeds at the access point, or just either side of the access point, admittedly approaching that bend that you were talking about, and we know that they were 29 miles per hour, give or take 0.1, 0.2 for the 85th percentile, the fastest ones. And we know that the faster a vehicle travels, the noisier it is. Yeah.
On a free-flowing road, yes.
Yeah. So in terms of what you say are, the vehicles that are causing concern at night time, they are the ones that will be travelling fastest.
Not necessarily, because it is a free-flowing road consideration. An engine going slowly but revving will be louder, or accelerating over a speed bump, for example, is quite common. We see survey data where it seems odd in the first instance that a 25-mile-an-hour road seems louder than the 30 round the corner.
Yeah.
But there's a speed bump that people slow down and accelerate away from.
Yeah.
So the sort of comparison needs to be like for like. I couldn't say one way or the other whether it would be in this instance. I don't know the exact design of the access road.
Okay, it's not going to have speed bumps. It's to do with narrowing and chicanes and road surfaces,
So
etc.
the chicanes might cause people to slow down and speed up potentially.
Yeah.
Sorry, I shouldn't ask you questions. Apologies.
No, that's fine. In terms of chicane, it's not karting. It's just more that kind of
but it's
perception of
but it is
slowing down, narrowing the road.
It's not a free-flowing road in the same way.
Yeah.
So
but what we do know is that the survey data that's been imported is vehicles. The top 15% vehicles are travelling at the speed limit there, aren't they? 30 miles per hour. Yeah. And in terms of the speeds of the access road, even regardless of the design, it's a fairly short stretch, isn't it, that you're turning into. It would be unusual for the top 15% of vehicles to be achieving 30 miles per hour past number 48.
Yes, I should clarify that the louder road, the faster road being louder is predominantly for average noise levels. It doesn't necessarily translate to maximum noise levels, those individual events. As I say, that depends on engine noise, rev count, that sort of thing. But overall, a faster road on average is louder than a slower road.
Yeah. So in terms of what the inspector should take away, I think we've agreed that what the inspector shouldn't take away is that every vehicle passing would reach a level of 70 dB.
No, but the significant number would.
And you say that significant number is 10 to 15 by reference to the WHO guidance.
Yes.
So that is essentially then the point between us, isn't it? Is it possible to accurately determine what the nighttime max events would be on the basis of the data? Yeah. And even if it is the WHO guidance the appropriate guidance to look at?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's also worth saying that we are 10 decibels over the WHO guidance. So even if there were a few of the cars that were lower, we would still be exceeding by quite some way the design target set out.
Sorry, just in terms of that then, so that's because you're taking the 70 and applying 15 for a
The 15
partially
has
open
been applied
window,
to the 70. Oh, sorry, yes. Yes,
which is you saying, so that's 55, so that's 10 more than the target.
precisely.
Yeah. So if there were some quieter cars,
Yes.
it would reduce. And if we look at the range of the road on Queenborough Road, we've got a range of 17 dB, haven't we?
We have.
Yeah. Which is, in this context, quite a significant range, isn't it?
Yes, but looking at that range, the majority of the cars would still be over that 45 figure.
On the basis of a free-flowing Queenborough Road survey.
Yes.
Yeah. Which itself is a through road with people going from A to B using that as their route, generally. It might be for some people who are living there as well, whereas all of ours is for access only, isn't it?
It is, but the noise level of a car doesn't change depending on the type of journey.
No. But it does change depending on the speed.
On average.
Okay. We've got no issue between us in terms of garden noise levels, have we?
No, they're acceptable.
Right. Now, in your examination in chief, you were taken to the AVOG guidance. Let me just find that. So that's CD 11.5.
Yes.
That was published in January 2020. We can see from the front page.
We can.
adopted by the institute of which you are a member.
Indeed.
Yeah, and you say it is not relevant because it's concerned with new build.
Yes, that's set out explicitly within the scope.
Yeah. In terms of its consideration of noise effects, you'll already have seen this because this is reproduced in Mr. Healy's proof, but at section 3, table 3.2,
The guidance.
of the, sorry, page 23,
Yeah.
yeah, so sorry, table 3.3,
Yes.
yeah, guidance for level 2 assessment of noise from transport noise sources, yeah. Appreciate we're not building number 48,
No.
but what we're concerned with is transport noise sources.
Yes, and specifically the change in noise level due
Yeah.
to those transport noise sources.
Yeah. So, a relevant consideration is at what levels change starts to occur. Yeah.
Yes.
But simply because there is a change, which we know from the PPG, doesn't mean that there is a significant effect.
Yes.
Or an effect that must be prevented or avoided. The approach is one where you, regardless of the level of noise, you always try to mitigate as best you can, don't you? Unless there's, yeah, unless there's, you know, it's very low noise and it will remain very low noise.
Yes.
But if you have, for example, a lowest observed effect level, that isn't of itself objectionable in planning terms, is it?
Not the lowest, no.
No, but you would still seek to mitigate it as best you can.
Anything above the lowest, yes. The guidance is to mitigate.
Yeah. Okay. So, table 3.3, on the right-hand side, it does give us a column with examples of outcomes, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah. And we, well, I should say, actually, at the bottom of it, we've got green. We've got some boxes in green, and then we've got an arrow that's going through the colour spectrum from green to red.
Yes.
And then the red, we get noise causes a material change in behaviour. Yeah. Now, the dividing line, so we've got green in the bottom left-hand corner. That is, for example, individual noise events during 2300 to 1700 would be do not normally exceed 45 dB LAF max more than 10 times per night. Yeah. The top of that box, when we're moving into the arrow, that's the threshold into the lowest observed adverse effect level, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And then when we get to the tip of the arrow and we start to move into the red, that is the starting point of significant observed adverse effect level.
For new build developments, yes.
For new build developments, yeah. Now, I appreciate your point is, you know, we're dealing with someone here who already lives in the house, so we're considering their change in behaviour. Yeah.
Yes.
From you know, pre-development to post-development. But we also need to consider in a greater planning sense, don't we? Well, even if there is a change in behaviour, how do I deal with that? You know, how do I consider the change in behaviour of one person as against the benefit of providing houses, or the economic benefit of building houses, or the economic benefit of a road? They're difficult to compare, aren't they?
They are.
You go, you know, it all goes into the mix.
Yes.
But it's important, isn't it, to understand, well, if there is a change in behaviour, okay, you know, we look at the guidance and it tells us, you know, if you've got a significant change, then, you know, that's something that we look to avoid. But you've got to look at, or the inspector needs to consider, well, you know, what is the individual, or what are the individuals who are affected by something? What position are they left in?
Yes.
Following the change? Yeah. And in terms of that, I appreciate that the AVOG is for new build, but if you're considering, the end point, the position you're in, it doesn't matter whether you're in a new build or an existing build, does it? It's considering what is the environment in that scenario.
I think there is a difference between the two, and the new build scenario, there can't be a change in behaviour because no one has lived there before.
Yeah.
Equally, because it's a new build, you have much more opportunity to inbuild mitigation such that people's behaviour, such as closing windows, can be offset through mechanical ventilation and those sorts of things.
Yeah.
So I think there is a difference between the two.
Yeah. And then we see in terms of new build, by reference to the AVOG document. I mean, I appreciate you say that the AVOG document isn't relevant because it's new build only. Yeah. But I don't take from what you said that you take any issue with the AVOG document. You just say that it's not relevant in this case.
Yeah, it's relevant to new build developments for the reasons that I just said.
If you were considering a new build development, if the concern here was a house that we were building next to the access road, and the council's concern was, well, I think that the internal estate road passing a house is going to be problematic, then this is the document we'd look to.
One of. It's, in your example, the access road would have to already exist and we were building that house. And we are able to, that house is the change.
Yeah.
And the change in behaviour then, well, as I say, there wouldn't be a change in behaviour beyond perhaps someone closing a window.
Yeah. But just because there wouldn't be a change in behaviour doesn't mean that, I've still got to consider what the environment is for that person, haven't I?
Yes.
Yeah. Regardless of, no one's lived there, I've got to consider, well, is it acceptable for them to live there?
Yes.
Yeah. And what this document tells us is that in terms of internal ambient noise for individual noise events during 2300 to 0700, the nighttime period, is that we would get to a level of significant observed adverse effect level where the individual noise events normally exceed 65 dB. Yeah? So that provides a different threshold, doesn't it, to the WHO guidelines?
It does.
Yeah.
This, just to expand on that point though, this document is to a degree superseded by Building Regulations Approved Document O, which does apply to new build developments. And Mr. Healy and I agreed in our statement of common ground to exclude that as a document to be referenced in the same way as this. And that sets an open window threshold of 55. And so, as I say, this is one thing you would look at, but the building regulation supersedes industry guidance as a must-do, and we are right on the borderline of the internal noise level set out in that document. But again, I wouldn't say that that document is necessarily applicable either.
Yeah, because that's new build.
Exactly, in the same way as the AVOG guide.
So if we haven't got that document before us, so
No.
I don't want to take it too far, but you say we're at the threshold, that's got a limit of 55 dB.
Yes.
Yeah? If we were building number 48 now, the access road existed because we've done phase 1
Yes.
of our imaginary development. And we're going to build on this plot of land that's unoccupied,
Yes.
number 48. Then I might look to approve document O,
You would.
and I would conclude that it would be satisfactory to build the property there.
You
Because
would.
it's at the threshold.
You would conclude that you would the overheating assessment would have to consider the windows to be shut on that northern facade.
Now, if we've got a threshold of 55, and you're saying that there's your modelling is saying a max event of 70, 10.
This is an internal noise level, so
Yeah.
take into account that.
Yeah, but we've got the 15, haven't we, for a partially open window? Yeah. So you'd have an acceptable internal level of 55. Yeah.
Maximum.
Maximum. Plus 15 for the insulating value of a partially open window. Yeah. To get your outside level, your external level.
Yeah.
70. Yeah. I appreciate you say it's on the threshold, but would we be having this argument if we were saying, well, approved document O with a partially open window says that the acceptable limit is 70, and the modelling shows it's 70, it'd just be like the Western facade, wouldn't it?
The outcome of the assessment would be to feed into the overheating assessment that you should keep the windows closed.
Why?
Because that is the cutoff, is 55.
Yeah, but I haven't exceeded it, have I?
No, but you're equal to it. It would be there. AVO also talks about the degree of which you can open a window. Sorry, not AVO, Parto. And the sound insulation that would be provided. So a wide open window would probably be closer to 4 dB reduction. And a window that's just partially opened might give you 13 to 15.
Yeah.
I
appreciate
we are sort of outside of the scope of.
Well, I'm just exploring the idea of how, I know we've got behavioural change to consider, but I'm just want to understand the acceptability of the noise environment for somebody who, a new person. Number 48 is aggrieved by the fact that planning permission is granted by our inspector. They don't like looking at the access road or whatever it might well be. So they sell their house. Somebody else comes along and they buy the house. They're going to move in. They've never lived there before. Their behaviour is going to be framed by the environment that they find.
Yes.
Yeah. I appreciate approved document O is for a new build, but what it says is that I've got 50. We can quibble over whether 70 triggers the need to close windows or 69.9 doesn't, but we can agree we're at the threshold, aren't we? We're not massively past it. We're not massively under it. We're on it.
Yes.
Yeah? That individual is going to come along and they're not changing their behaviour, that they're experiencing the noise environment as it is. Just as if I knocked down number 48 and built a new house,
yes,
there wouldn't be any behaviour to change. And if I look to approve document O, I'd be on the, as we can agree at least, we're on the threshold of acceptability on that basis, to have partially open windows in the northern facade.
Yes. See the difference being this isn't a new build and someone's already living there and is used
the difference
to a
is
certain
that there will be a change. You say there will be a change in behaviour.
Precisely.
Yeah. So that's the issue between us, isn't it? The actual living environment for the individual would comply with approved document O. The point is that they're coming from a lower noise environment, and you say would have to change their behaviour.
I wouldn't go as far to say as it complies with approved document O, because it's an overheating document that has a much wider range and isn't just a simple 15 dB reduction. It's a lot more complicated than that.
Yeah, but we agree we're at the threshold of that document, and the inspector can decide whether that document is useful or not.
We're at the threshold if, in the event that it doesn't overheat, when a window is only very partially opened, which is rare. And obviously we haven't got thermal modelling of this particular house. So it's not as black and white as all that.
Okay, so we are talking about behaviour. That's something that the inspector needs to consider, and this is what we need to turn to.
Indeed.
Yeah. And can we agree? Do you agree that, like in the AVOG document, that this is a moving scale, isn't it? You are moving through these categories, if I put it that way.
Yes. Yep.
There isn't necessarily just a thick black line that once you've crossed, you've gone from lowest to significant, because what you're considering, there's an element of judgment in that, isn't there, as to what the behavioural change might be because of what the type of noise is and how frequent it might be, or its duration, or
Yes.
its intrusiveness or not, the time of day that it might occur, you know, all of those factors.
Yes.
So it's not a hard and fast, you know, you're in this category. Once you're at a number, you're past here, because the numbers and the assessments it allow us to consider the examples of behavioural change, don't they?
Yes.
And
Which
it's the
then,
examples of behavioural change which are determining the effect level.
I'd say so. Yes.
Yeah. So it's building blocks going into
Yes.
that process. And then ultimately, of course, we take that on into the planning balance, don't we? And,
We do.
the council's position is that on the council's case, there is a moderate harm to weigh in the overall planning balance. Now, in terms of lowest observed adverse effect level, what we've got there is noise can be heard and causes small changes in behaviour, attitude or other physiological response. Turning up volume of television, we're not, that isn't an example that's applying to us because we're only concerned with the bedroom at night time, aren't we?
Yes.
Speaking more loudly, if people are speaking loudly in their bedroom in the northern facade at 1 o'clock in the morning, they're probably not bothered about traffic noise, are they? So that's not an example that's really relevant to us.
Probably not in a bedroom, no.
Yeah. And then this is the point that the council make, isn't it? Where there is no alternative ventilation, this is where you went your examination in chief, having to close the windows for some of the time because of the noise. And then if we look to significant observed adverse effect level, we've got similar wording, but where there is no alternative ventilation, having to keep windows closed most of the time because of the noise.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. So in terms of the existing situation, the windows can be opened during the day. Yeah.
Yep.
And in terms of, I appreciate you've spoken with the owner, but whilst, you know, the owner can tell us as to his behaviour, we are generally concerned about how people would behave. And, you know, these approved documents, the AVOG document, a lot of this idea of overheating is to do with modern building regulations, isn't it? The insulation that is provided in housing,
Yes.
which is wonderful in winter, and that's the purpose of it, because it reduces energy consumption, doesn't it, during winter?
Also to reduce thermal gains in summer.
Yeah. But there is a problem with more modern houses in terms of that insulation and overheating. And the response of some people would be to open windows. Yeah. But equally, and I say, you know, some people might like to open their windows in the depths of winter, but quite a lot of people wouldn't, would they?
No.
No. So when we're assessing whether some of the time or most of the time the windows would need to be closed, those are relevant factors, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. So the inspector, I mean, you know, it's purely a matter for the judgment for the inspector. There's a difference between some and most. There isn't a defined number, is there? You wouldn't say 60% of the time is most. Anything but less than 60 is some, or 50%. There isn't a number. There's no guidance we can go to the inspector, you know. But most of the time is at least a majority of the time, isn't it?
Yes. The point being that northern facade for both bedrooms at night and during the day and living rooms can freely open their windows and be below the lowest observed effect level.
Yep.
Looking even at the AVO guide levels, and then the levels significantly increase to the point where, in order to meet the levels I set out, and that are within 8233 and WHO guidance, in order to meet those levels, the windows would have to be closed every night.
Yeah.
I didn't see a distinction of sort of peak times of year in which you would expect 32 vehicles a night. It's just every single night.
Yeah.
And so there will be large periods of the year I don't know their individual behaviours at what point of the year and what temperature they open their windows, but the shift is being able to open them ad lib to having to close them to deal with the noise.
Yeah. But what the guidance tells us is the difference, because we're only dealing here with a property with no alternative ventilation and the question of whether windows have to be closed or not.
Yes.
That's the only issue between ourselves.
Yes.
Yeah. And just to be clear, is our case that there's no way of assessing these max levels. We're not agreeing with the council that that there is an unacceptable noise environment, but on the council's case there is, and as a result, the windows to the northern facade would need to be closed. That's the council's case. Yeah?
Yes.
So when we look at the guidance, the inspector needs to decide, well, if I have to close them at night time, when I might otherwise have kept them open, i.e. in summer, does that mean I've closed the windows some of the time or most of the time because of the noise environment? That's essentially what the inspector needs to decide.
Sure.
Yeah. And if the inspector finds that it's some of the time, the action is to mitigate and reduce to a minimum, and the scheme does mitigate what it can, can't it? It's got a fence.
It has a fence. I don't believe it's reduced to a minimum, however.
Yeah.
It
could be reduced. It could potentially be reduced further at the reserve matters stage by all those moving parts point that we discussed earlier, wasn't it? The location of the acoustic fence. What one could find the most effective solution from a mixed bag of different, within the parameters that we've got.
Yes, yeah, but on the basis that my initial assessment was carried out, that the access route was fixed for various reasons.
Yeah.
The most one could have reduced it by was with a fence. If it is now the case that access road could be moved, then it hasn't been reduced to a minimum based on the scheme as proposed.
Yeah.
And so even if it were to be below the significant adverse effect level,
it can be mitigated further.
It could, but hasn't been yet.
Yeah, but it can be through the reserve matter stage, because we are not at a point where we're asking for that detail to be agreed. That would be the next stage of the process.
It would.
Yeah. So that would be entirely within the control of the council, wouldn't it?
Yes, with a suitably worded planning condition or similar.
They could come along and say, I don't think that you've provided the appropriate solution, balancing all factors that mitigates the noise as much as it can. I'd like you to orient the road this way, or I'd like you to put the fence along this line.
Yeah. Well, based on the evidence provided to date, that hasn't been demonstrated to be practical.
Well, I just pause you there. Did you read the appellant's statement of case?
I haven't, no.
Okay. Let's just have a...
Perhaps I can rephrase, rather than to date, the evidence I have been provided in order to carry out my initial assessment, where I understood it to be fixed up until the point as I saw the statement of cases.
Yeah, okay. So,
or indeed the proof of evidence from Mr. Healy.
Yeah. I appreciate you're working within the parameters you're given. I don't understand it to be an issue between ourselves and the council that there are different alternatives to the access road. I won't ask you.
No, but they would have to be demonstrated to be effective in terms of noise mitigation.
Yeah. Yeah, they would have to be at least as effective or better, wouldn't they? You wouldn't pick an option which is worse.
It couldn't be worse, frankly. But it would have to be
on the council
significantly better.
Yeah.
To the point where it was deemed acceptable by all parties.
Yeah. I mean, it could be worse, couldn't it? Because there could be an unacceptable adverse effect.
In terms of
in terms of what we're actually looking at, there is a category beyond our dispute anyway.
I mean, the location of the road couldn't be worse.
Right. Okay.
It couldn't be closer to the northern facade.
Fair enough. Okay. No, thank you for that clarification. I thought that was something different. So it couldn't be worse than the The flip side of that being that something different will be better or equal.
It would.
If it couldn't be worse.
True, but it would have to be significantly better.
Yeah.
And demonstrated to be so.
When you undertook your survey, you met the owner of number 48. You took readings. When was that? And
What time of day?
yeah, when
I
were
was
you
there mid-afternoon between rush hours. But the survey equipment was left to monitor over a couple of days.
Okay, so that was left wherever it was left. So survey monitoring for 2 days, and your visit was mid-afternoon.
Yep.
On whichever day. So you weren't there during night time or
No.
during the night hours. So in terms of behaviour, you're entirely reliant on what the owner told you.
And
You
also
didn't observe it.
standard figures and assessment methodologies.
Yeah.
Ray, can I just ask something? Did the owner object to the application? Can you take me to the CD number? Is it CD4? CDO4? I was a bit unclear as to where all the objections to the application or the appeal are. Where are they in the core docs?
Documents, but they would have obviously been provided to finish through the questionnaire from the council, so I'm not sure how they arrived on your list.
Yeah, but they are on the planning website for the third-party correspondence is uploaded, but it's just as a standalone document rather than a core document. So.
Well, maybe someone from the council can separately email the case officer and include a copy of that letter from the neighbours in it, so I can read it, because I'm a bit unclear where it is at the moment.
The one on the website has been so you wouldn't necessarily know which house it's come from, so it would need to go in a form that's inspected or the other.
Yeah, I mean that's no good.
I've got the I know the name of the objector, the resident number.
Well, you can print a copy off and just give me one.
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
want their name on it, and I want it to be clear where it comes from.
Yeah, that's no problem. Their name
Yeah.
is on this. I can provide it.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. And I was a bit unclear generally from the stuff on the council's website. It's just a long list of stuff, if I recall, and it's a bit unclear which document is which and stuff. So, if you want me to look at all the correspondence from neighbours and stuff, I'm a bit unclear where I find all that on the council's website.
So,
on the link.
yeah. So, would you be seeking specifically this resident's objection, or do
Yes.
you want? Yeah. So we can
Yes,
we can sort that.
Yes,
Yeah.
but I want to understand generally how many objections there have been and where I find them all.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll resolve that
okay.
at the adjournment.
Okay. Sorry, go on, Mr. Hawley.
Thank you, sir. Not at all. Just one last point, and to be honest, I think we've already agreed it. I just want to be clear. I wrote down, it was something that you said in the examination in chief. You said that the key issue is any change in behaviour that might be perceived or might change behaviour. Now, I think it's just quite important to understand, that is obviously a key issue, but it's what that leads to. I think we're agreed that we're looking at changes in behaviour, but any change in behaviour isn't automatically something which is problematic.
No. It puts you on the sliding scale, as you
puts
put
us
it.
back to this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's the degree to which the behaviour changes that
Absolutely.
puts you in the right box.
Yeah. Okay then. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And those are all my questions. Thank you.
Can I just ask you something? So you said, sorry, just going back into the 11 CD 11.5, what's it called? The AVOG. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
The AVOG. Just maybe you covered this in your proof. I think you did, but where does it say this only applies to new builds?
If you turn, sir, to the scope document, page 6, paragraph 1.13, the first sentence of the scope.
One 1.13, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, fine, yeah. Fine, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Let's see it.
Thank you. Just a few points of re-examination, Mr. Bryant. Early on in your cross-examination, you were asked some questions about the design manual for roads and bridges, core document 11.6. Yes. I think it was put to you in essence that this doesn't refer to looking at maximum noise levels, but rather just average. Was this part of the documents that you agreed with Mr. Healy to be relevant to the assessment here?
Sorry, yes?
No.
No.
And in terms of the assessment of maximum noise levels, is that something, I think you already answered this in response to a question from the inspector, but just to be clear, is that something that Wardell Armstrong considered in relation to the western facade?
He did.
Sorry, say that again.
I'll put it more succinctly, did Wardell Armstrong consider maximum noise levels in relation to the western facade?
They did, and their design figure or their assessment criterion aligned with the one I subsequently proposed.
And when you say their assessment criterion, what do you...
45 dB
Yeah.
LAF max.
Can we see that in the report?
Yes. as has been noted, it doesn't have paragraph numbers.
No.
But
Sorry, CD 1.15, yeah?
Yes.
yes. So it refers to it under the Pro PG Planning and Noise Professional Guidance section, document page 3. But again, Pro PG is based on BS 8233 and the WHO guidance.
Sorry, which bit are you looking at?
Sorry, document page 3,
Yeah.
where the second document referred to Pro PG,
Yeah, yeah.
and then the very last clause of that paragraph.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
And in your experience, is it an unusual approach that you and Wardell Armstrong have adopted here in using LAF Max? Or is it LAF Max or LA Max F? I keep seeing it in both.
Either is fine,
Okay. But not unusual.
not unusual, no.
And similarly, in terms of the 45 decibel level that, again, you and Wardell Armstrong has adopted, is that an unusual or novel approach?
No, that's the figure against which you design maximum noise levels for any development. Or you assess maximum noise levels.
And that there are lots of questions at various points about the Wardell Armstrong assessment and the data that you've taken from it, and including various assumptions that were made within the Wardell Armstrong assessment. So that included, for example, the assumption that 100% of the cars would be internal combustion engines, that was a worst case scenario, things such as the speed of the road. You went to the transport proof of evidence. But I mean, in stepping back from all of that, and is there anything else in front of the inspector at this appeal, any other data on which he can reach an assessment of the impact on the northern facade?
No.
The appellant hasn't produced an alternative assessment that alters the assumption in the Wardell Armstrong report to account for the points that were put to you in cross-examination?
No.
And sorry, just give me one moment. And in terms, just one final point then, in terms of the alternatives to the proposed access road, I think you mentioned in your answer, but that could be subject to a suitably worded planning condition. So alternatives could be subject to a suitably worded planning condition. As far as you're aware, has such a condition been proposed here? Thank you, Mr. Bryant. I have no further questions for you. So the inspector might have some further questions.
Okay. Just on that last point, yeah, I don't think there is an alternative condition, but I think I should have one. So can you agree one between you, please?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Okay. 12, 15. Yeah. So in terms of Mr. Healy's evidence, do you think you'll take a similar amount of time in chief that Miss Zia took with Mr. Bryant?
Um,
Roughly.
I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
So we're about
It was
45 minutes.
about 40 minutes. It was
Yeah,
quite
that
short.
might be slightly long.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. So,
It's not something I want to sort of
no,
rush because it's just not.
no. We shouldn't rush it. Yeah, I guess similar amounts in cross-examination. I guess.
Yes,
Yeah.
I might be able to reduce it. It's always easier going second.
Yeah.
It's narrowed, but I'd like to allow about an hour and a half.
Okay. Do you think we should break for lunch now and then just come back, or do you think we should crack on?
Well, I think we could do with a brief break anyway.
Hmm.
Then I'm more than happy to have a brief break and then. Yeah. Should we take a break now?
Should we take lunch break? Well, it just might make sense, really. So, so I'm just thinking whether we're going to get onto the planning evidence.
I think it just depends on. I think there's probably potential for examination in chief, but probably not for cross-examination. So then it depends whether the councillor intends for their witness to be further overnight, because obviously these days you're supposed to be after you've done examination in chief, right? And that's, we've kind of got some stuff to talk about with 106 and conditions, so whether that might actually be unhelpful. I mean, all that said, we're not running out of time.
No, I think given we've got plenty of time tomorrow, we've got all of tomorrow to deal with the planning evidence rather than starting Mr. McGarrity's evidence this afternoon and him being.
Well, I suppose
impaired,
we could deal with the. Could we deal with the 106 and the conditions today? If yeah.
I just need to check that the council's planning solicitor can be here for the 106, but I will double check that over lunch. And
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just wondering whether it might be useful. Well, I can look at the 106 on here. It might be useful for me to have a hard copy of the summary. That might be useful.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Fine. So should we come back at 1 o'clock? Is that enough, or do you want an hour? Well, well, let's come back at 1:15, shall we? Yeah. Fine. Yeah. Sorry, what I propose is you sit down and use one of the mics and say what you want to say, Mr. Agarwal. Obviously, what you're going to say is basically the gist of what you've already submitted in writing, as I understand it. Okay. So, what I need to know is, do I need to take any notes, or have you already sent it to the case officer at the inspectorate?
If you wouldn't mind taking some further notes, or I can scribe them later and submit them.
Yeah, you do that.
Yeah.
You do that. So I'll just listen to what you have to say.
Yeah.
So, yeah, please sit down. So, yes. Yes. So I'm Nick Fagan. I'm the planning inspector. I'm the one who makes the decision. So I'm the important one.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So I knocked on your door when on Monday when I was wandering around and looking at your windows. No one answered the door, although there were loads of cars there. But that's not important, because I just thought, since I was hanging around in your drive, that I would knock on your door in case you're wondering what I was doing. Well, I don't know if you were there, but certainly someone was there, but no one answered the door.
Yeah.
So what I noticed, what I've said to everyone else here, is that I've seen that you have a conservatory at the rear. You have a first floor window, which I presume is a bedroom window.
Correct.
Yeah. You have a ground floor window on the west elevation of your house.
Correct.
Which, what is a living room or a kitchen? Or
It's my study room,
it's your study room.
where I spend a great deal of time.
Okay. And there is also a door on that elevation.
Yes, that's my utility door.
Yes.
And I'm so sorry that I wasn't opening the front door. I don't know why. I just didn't hear the front door bell go.
It doesn't matter. I didn't need
My
to come
apologies.
inside. I just wanted to explain why I
Well,
was hanging around your drive.
Yeah, no, but my gratitude for you endeavouring to come and see it for yourself, because I did put that request in, that the inspector does have a look at my property so they can see firsthand, and that invitation is still open, Mr. Fagan, if you'd wish to come round. I think you'd be able to validate a lot of the information that I'm going to give.
Well, I don't. What I've just talked about in those rooms that you just described, I'm satisfied that those are windows to those rooms. I don't need to come inside your house to validate that. I don't think everyone believes you.
Okay.
It's clear what those rooms are.
I've got a lot of conservatory windows that open onto the westerly side as well. So there's probably 4 windows there that face directly onto that fence.
Anyway, now it's your chance to say what you want to say. Bear in mind, this is Mr. Hawley. He's the appellant's barrister. Yeah. He may or may not have some questions for you. So the fact that you're going to speak, which you're quite welcome to do, but he may ask you some questions.
Sure.
Yeah.
By all means.
So
ask away.
So
and may I then ask him some questions?
No, you may not. You may say what you want to say about this proposal in terms of how you think it's going to affect your property and your living conditions.
Yeah.
So please say what you want to say, and then Mr. Hawley, who's the appellant solicitor, may ask you some questions.
Sure.
Just to clarify things or whatever. So that's the process. Yep. That's the process. And then you'll be free to go. And obviously, I will take into account what you say and any answers to any questions that you give, and I will take that into account in making my decision.
Okay. Thank you.
So please go ahead.
Rightio. My name is Shalab Agarwal. I've lived at number 48 Queenborough Road now for some 27 years, and I'm very, very familiar with the village, the roads, the network, my neighbours, and so forth. So as a resident expert, you have to try and understand from my perspective what I think this development will cause. So, first of all, were you aware that directly outside of number 46 is a flood zone?
Don't ask me questions. Just say what you want to say.
Okay.
I'm not going to answer any questions.
No, I wasn't
So-
pointed
so-
towards
so-
you. It's
so-
just a
so
general.
Just say
Okay.
say what you want to say, but don't ask anyone any questions.
All right. Well, outside of number 46, directly outside of number 46, is a flood zone. Highways have recognised that. Highways have recognised the harm that that flood zone causes to my household, largely because I've got a collapsed drop curb, and the silt that washes onto off my drop curb into my property blocks up my drainage. So subsequently, they painted orange markings around my drop curb. This is well documented and has been going on for a number of years. But most recently, there's been 2 incidences in the last 8 months, and quite severe incidences. Now, the reason why that is a flood zone is because that bend in the road and outside of number 46 is the low point of Queenborough Road, both from the High Street perspective and from the easterly point of view rather. That is a low point. So flood waters collect around there, and the drainage system is not adequate enough to take all that flood water away. So it consequently floods. There's only one pavement at that point. It happens to be on the opposite side of the road. It floods so severely that the pavement is also flooded. Okay, so that's a single point of entry and exit that has got restrictive flooding there. And highways are aware of that. Highways are planning to remediate my drop curb, but I'm not sure they are going to remediate the flooding problem. Okay. And talking about highways, I'm puzzled why they aren't in attendance. They've been requested to be in attendance several times, and they've not. The history of this is, and Gladman's would no doubt validate this, you put in 3 applications for the same development, the first being in 2023. And in all 3 occasions, they were rejected by the members. That's why we're here, in an appeal situation.
Sorry, you're addressing me. You're not talking
sorry.
to him, you're addressing
Yeah,
me.
I'm addressing you, apologies. And that's why we're here.
You don't have to rehearse the history. What I'm most keen to hear about are your concerns as the householder, in particular, because it's one of the refusal reasons is the noise issues to do with your dwelling.
Yeah,
So
indeed.
I mean, you can say whatever you want, but address your points to me.
Okay.
And do make sure you speak about
Forgive
those
my
issues.
naivety, Nick.
Yes, yes.
Or sir, or whatever the right.
No. Just tell me
So
what you want to say.
I'm not familiar with these surroundings.
Yeah, sure.
And forgive me if I go a little bit off. So highways rejected the first 2 applications, from what I understood. On the 3rd application, with very little amendment to the plans, approved the application.
Yeah, there's no highway objection from the county council to this. Yes.
Well, there should be.
Yes.
There
but-
should be.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
you
yes.
heard Adrian Fluker talk about highways issues.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's a member of Malden District Council, so
So what are your highway objections to this?
well, forgive me, but I believe highways have been incentivised. Now, whether that is politically correct or not, there is a demand within their submission for a Section 106 payment of £310,000 to enhance public transport.
That's right, yes.
That's all they've said. They haven't explained what, how, and the valuation thereof. There is no bus service along Queenborough Road. Your plans do not include, or the Gladman plans do not include any cycle enhancements for cycle paths or walking paths. I thought that was a key requirement from the government, that all major developments had to encompass some thought towards enhancing cycling and walking paths. There is none that I'm aware of. And if I'm wrong, then please do tell me where I've missed that. Moving on to other matters, Queenborough Road, I think this has been covered already. Queenborough Road itself is extremely narrow. It's an old, historic market town. It used to be the capital of the Dengie because of its market town history. And the roads were built around the market town back in those days. So the roads didn't cater for large 4x4s, large construction vehicles. They just didn't plan those roads. The Essex Highway Guidelines suggest that for a major development, the road should have a minimum width of 6 metres. Now, that's a recommendation, I understand that. But when you get down to something like 4.4 metres and narrowing, 2 vehicles, large vehicles, cannot pass each other. I know that because I lived there for 27 years. Has Essex Highways actually done a site visit? I doubt that. I think they relied on Gladman's information, audits. And I'm suspicious about the Gladman's audits because I think there's some complicity with highways. The High Street was closed for a period of time whilst utility works were being conducted. Is that when Gladman's did their audit? Because you're going to get much less traffic going along Queenborough Road because you can't exit onto the High Street. I want to go back to light and air pollution. I have been retired for 6 years now. I suffered a very severe heart attack in July 2020. I'm a professional accountant. I still have my accreditation. And I worked for Lloyds Bank for many, many years. But it was a pressurized job. It was based in the city. And I didn't feel that I could continue in that role. So I retired. Things like light and noise and air pollution are harms that will occur to my household and neighbouring houses. It's taken for red. You might say there's more electric vehicles about, but what about the light? Now, the way, Nick, if you've had a look at the plans, the way the plans are drawn is that off the field, the vehicles will be pointing directly towards my household. And I've just been informed that Gladmans want to put up a 1.9 metre fence there. They haven't told me about this. Nobody from Gladmans has contacted me about this. I've contacted them. I spoke to your director. And he said, in the fullness of time, we'll decide what it is. That was his answer. In the fullness of time. Okay?
Yes, so you're concerned about vehicles coming from the site access road towards towards Queenborough Road, shining light into your windows. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Okay.
And
Okay.
where the road comes off the field and then turns right,
Yeah.
that distance, I think, is about 1.2 metres away from that fence.
Okay.
Well, their lights, when they're 1.2 metres away, will be shining directly on the fence, but when they're 10 metres away, will be shining directly at my house. I find it abhorrent that the planning officer and Gladmans accepted the noise would be satisfactory as long as I closed all my windows. I wonder how many households in the UK have air conditioning. Because guess what? We've been through a heat wave. It's documented. You've lived through it. The only form of air conditioning I have is to open windows and fans which stir the hot air. On what basis would it be satisfactory for me to have my windows closed 24/7? Particularly those in bedrooms. It's beyond ridiculous. And it's beyond ridiculous that, and that's probably why the council have elected to challenge the noise, because of that erroneous statement. But they seem to have forgotten about light and, more damaging, air pollution. That is a distinct risk to my family members, but notably to myself, because I'm in a weakened condition. It beggars belief. Okay, moving on. Grade 2 listed buildings, you've discussed that and the proximity to that. The Taylor Wimpey development, Nick, you mentioned that you walked down Sheepcoats Lane.
Yes.
Yes? So you exited off the development site onto Sheepcoats Lane. That field on the other side of Sheepcoats Lane was a Taylor Wimpey development.
Yes, I know. I've seen all that. Yeah.
And that went to appeal.
Yeah, I know all that. We've discussed all that.
Okay. What's the difference?
Yeah.
Did you measure the width of that road? Maybe not.
No.
But it's about 2 meters wide.
Okay.
That's the difference. 2 meters. It's outside of the settlement boundary. I don't know if I've mentioned that before. It is farmland. It's being farmed today. Has been, ever since I've been there, for the last 27 years. Sometimes to our pleasure, sometimes not so. Like in recent days when they've been spreading chicken muck, and that is really pongy. It's next door to me. I get full frontal. Because my windows happen to be open. It's a warm day. And all of that flows into my house. Really pongy. But hey, we take the rough with the smooth.
How much longer do you think you're going to be?
I think that's it.
Okay. Well, I fully understand what your objections to the scheme. So, have you already said this by way of objection that we've already had?
I believe most of what I've said.
Well, if not, then do send it in, and obviously I've heard what you've had to say. So, Mr. Hawley, do you have any questions for Mr. Agarwal?
No, I don't, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, Mr. Agarwal, you're free to continue to sit there and listen to the proceedings. But thank you. I've heard what you've had to say.
Thank you.
I'll take
And
it
I
into account.
extend my invitation, please, Nick, if you would, sir, if you wouldn't mind coming to my house again, if that is convenient and fits within your diary. But I would, one of the things I wanted to mention is the fence that Gladman intends to put up at its closest point is probably only 2.5 feet from my building, which is the point of the conservatory, near the conservatory.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
It's only 2.5 feet away, and you're then looking at, what, 6 foot? Which is the size of the fence I've got today.
in terms of coming to see your house again, I don't think I need to see it because I'm aware of that. I'm aware of where your boundary is.
Yeah,
I'm aware of where the fence would go.
yeah,
I understand the layout of the road. I understand where the new access is coming in.
yeah.
So I don't think that I need to go there again because I already saw
Okay.
it when I was walking on your property on Monday
Yeah,
in your front garden.
thank you. Okay.
So
by
I
all
mean, I
means.
fully understand the layout and I fully understand why you're saying the things you're saying,
Yeah,
and I'll take them into account.
thank you. Thank you. I mean, I've not mentioned a lot of the other things which I think I've included within
Sure.
the literature that I've sent in.
Well, obviously, I will read all of that. Yes. Yeah.
The other thing, sorry, is why is it that you haven't taken into account the light pollution, noise pollution of my neighbours that live opposite number 46? When they are exiting, their lights will be directly on their front windows.
I am going to take into account everything that you have said and that your neighbours have said.
Yeah,
So just because the appellants haven't taken them into account as far as you're concerned, I will take them into account in making my decision.
thank you,
okay?
sir. Thank you.
Can you turn your mic off now so we can proceed? But yes, thank you. No problem. So the evidence in chief now of James Healy. So over to you, Mr. Hawley. So I'm assuming I'm going to need all the documents that we were looking at before, the proofs of both the noise experts and all those other documents. Yeah,
That's right,
yeah,
sir.
which we'll refer to as and when. Yeah. So carry on.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Healy.
Good afternoon.
You are Mr. James Healy. You are a director of Peninsula Acoustics and owner or co-owner, I understand. You are an expert in acoustic design and assessment with over 22 years of professional experience. In terms of your academic qualifications, you have a first-class honours degree in acoustics from the University of Salford. You are a full member of the Institute of Acoustics, yes?
That's correct, yes.
And in terms of your involvement in that technical discipline, you have served as a committee member of the Institute of Acoustics Building Acoustics Group since 2008. You are currently its chairman, and you are co-author of the Institute's Acoustics, Ventilation and Overheating Residential Design Guide, a document we've already been to and referred to as AVOG.
That's correct, yes.
And that is a document which in turn is directly referenced in the approved document O of the building regulations. Your evidence is concerned solely with reason for refusal 3, the noise related reason for refusal, and specifically in terms of reason for refusal 3, whilst you are concerned with the technical merits of the proposed acoustic fencing, you are not giving evidence as to any visual effect of that, correct?
No, that's absolutely correct, yes.
Okay then, thank you. Now, obviously, you didn't undertake the initial assessment. That was undertaken by Wardle Armstrong. You have heard this morning what the council have to say. We are in agreement as to the acceptability of daytime noise levels and average nighttime noise levels, as confirmed by Mr. Bryant. The difference of opinion is in relation to individual intermittent noise events during the nighttime hours of 2300 to 0700. That is the sole area of dispute. The point that the council make is that they have undertaken an assessment, or they have attempted to quantify that, and the appellant has not. Can you explain your approach, please?
You're correct that I had no involvement in the original assessment, and that whilst I take it on face value, the approach, my duty is to present what I can rely on as evidence in and support in my my expert report, and the approach taken for prediction of average noise levels is entirely commensurate with how I would have done the assessment, and I fully agree with the predictions. In fact, Mr. Bryant's predictions of average noise levels, which we've all talked about, are all accepted and perfectly acceptable in this situation. I did not consider the approach for maximum noise levels to be reliable. And particularly in this situation, with the few vehicles that we've got on the access road, that the approach that was taken in the Wardle report was not necessarily robust enough for me to rely on in presenting any evidence to the inspectorate.
Okay, thank you. Now, you reference there obviously different guidelines. We know the council have placed reliance upon the WHO guidelines, CD 11.4. That is not a document that is one of the agreed documents in the Statement of Common Ground.
Correct.
Obviously, what the council say is, well, it's standard industry practice to rely upon the WHO guidelines. What do you say in terms of the approach taken by the council of taking BS 8233 and then adding WHO guidelines to it?
In this situation, you quite rightly took people to the section in WHO guidelines which points to research that was done in the 80s when sound level meters just had a dial needle that you witnessed, and that research itself was undertaken under in the vicinity of an airport, and it it's completely not reliable on, to be used in this circumstance. More to the point, whilst it was in the 1999 version of BS 8233, I was actually consulted on the 2014 version that we're using now of BS 8233, and the reliance of maximum noise levels in that standard, there was much dispute, and it was removed in the end because they couldn't agree on what was reliable enough to put in the document, which is why you got the footnote that you see in the standard. All main publications by the WHO since have not included maximum noise levels, and indeed the latest guidance, the WHO in 2018, which isn't a core doc, Mr. Fagan, but you should know that did not contain any maximum noise levels. And again, I was consulted. The British standard is currently under draft at the moment. And
What, this one?
the BS 8233 is, there's a revision proposed. That draft revision also does not include any noise levels for maximum noise levels, because all the health-based evidence for the last 20 years has all been based on people's exposure to noise as an average noise level in terms of conditions that they are regularly exposed to over a given period. So all the health-based evidence for the last 20 years has been based on average noise levels, which is why they're more reliable than the guidance that was given in the water report and in Mr. Bryant's evidence.
So just so I'm clear on this, so I think what you said was you were consulted on the current draft of the BS.
There's a 2025 version that's in draft form, and
so you mean the one we're looking at now?
the one we're looking at I was consulted on before it was released, and that they
Before it
chose,
was released.
and then they chose to not have any maximum noise levels in that document.
Yes.
And then it's subject to revision again.
Yeah.
That version, the 2025 version, came to me and my committee, and in fact, our institute, empowered me to oversee the consultation on behalf of all members personally, and in doing so, we consulted members on that document and fed back to the drafting panel. But what was apparent, what's very clear, is that all the health-based evidence in the last 20 years supports targets based on average noise levels and not maximum noise levels, because they're so unreliable, as we've heard today.
We'll just let you make a note of that. Okay, so because they're unreliable, why are they unreliable?
Because they vary so much, and the dose-response relationship of a person exposed to noise is more easily correlated in terms of behavioural change, behavioural awakenings, and any other health-based effects that can be derived from that exposure. Is most closely correlated with the average noise level that people are exposed to over a period of time.
Okay, and you refer to your institute. You commented on it on behalf of your institute.
That's correct.
So just remind me, which institute is that?
Institute of Acoustics.
Yeah. And when is the new revision to the BS likely to be issued? You don't know.
How long's a piece of string? Yes.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So you gave your views last year sometime.
That's correct.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Well, I expressed members' views.
You expressed.
I expressed members' views. I was tasked with
Yes.
with conveying to the drafting panel the views of our members. Yes.
Yes, and the views of your members, which you conveyed to the drafting panel, don't include any max noise levels.
It was to support. It was to carry the greatest weight on the evidence and scientific research that has been produced in recent years. Yes.
Yeah, and the scientific research only indicates that average noise levels are reliable.
All the evidence has used average noise levels because of that reliability. Yes.
Okay, carry on, Mr. Hawley.
Thank you, sir. I think the point is abundantly clear, but in terms of average noise levels, both daytime and nighttime, on the northern facade, is it your understanding that that the council agree that they are acceptable or unacceptable?
It's my understanding they've agreed it's acceptable. Yes, and I agree with that approach and conclusion.
Okay. Now, in terms of documents that you consider, obviously we've heard what you say about the WHO guidelines. At 3.2.3 of your proof, you state that you are a co-author of the 2020 AVOG document, and that is a document which in turn is referred to in approved document O of the building regulations, which is the current iteration of the building regulations. And then if we turn to page 26, PDF page 26 of your proof, internal page 21, you reference there the AVOG document. At 5.3.8 it says the guide outlines a methodology for the assessment of airborne sound from transport related sources during normal ventilation and during overheating conditions, emphasising the codependency of acoustics, ventilation and overheating design. Now, you heard what the council said about AVOG. They said, well, it's just not relevant at all because it's only concerned with new build. And what do you say to that approach?
It is entirely relevant, even though the scope of the document refers to new build. That's primarily because the explanation of ventilation methods is based on the current design of the building regulations. The approach to window opening and the significance of the effect of that window opening, as has been covered earlier on, is entirely based on research and thought into how a person responds to sound. And in that situation, it's entirely relevant to in any dwelling for the average person's response. More so, this document itself is the default document in the absence of any other guidance, and it's referred to as a document when by the Good Homes Alliance when considering overheating in existing dwellings.
Thank you. Now, in re-exam, Mr. Brown was asked, well, is the AVOG one of the documents that's agreed in the Statement of Common Ground? And he correctly said, well, no, it's not one of the documents that listed. What about the WHO guidelines in terms of the Statement of Common Ground?
No, that's not agreed either as the core document, though.
Yeah. Okay. But, you know, these documents are out there. They're in the core documents. The inspector's got to decide what to do with them. What would you advise the inspector to do in terms of striking a balance or preferring one one approach over another in terms of the WHO guidelines, which are advocated by the council, and AVOG, which is advocated by yourself?
Well, the WHO guidelines that are referred to by Mr. Bryan are old guidelines. They're outdated. First off,
The WHO
the 1999 version, yes. Secondly, it was based on research done in the late 80s, and there was a loose reference to sleep disturbance and how many times that might occur. More recently, there's actual health-based evidence, and it has been researched again under airports in terms of actual behavioural awakenings from individual events. And that's what's referred to in the acoustics ventilation overheating guide, which the table is which has been discussed already. And where that's useful, that table, is that it draws that that distinction between what's the threshold of an adverse effect, and then what actually becomes approaching a significant observed adverse effect. And that's the important distinction we have to make in the court today, is what it constitutes a significant effect and what is just something that's above the threshold of the lowest possible adverse effect.
And the WHO guidelines that Mr. Bryant refers to doesn't deal with that.
It doesn't, but they are widely recognised as the point at which the lowest observed adverse effect occurs above those thresholds, and that's what's referred to in the table that was discussed, the AVOG table.
Yeah, the one with the red arrow.
That's correct. Yes, they are
that one.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
One I'm just about to go to, in fact. If I can ask you to turn that up, please.
Yep.
So that is table 3.3, CD 11.5, PDF page 25, internal page 23. It's also, of course, reproduced in your proof of evidence.
Sorry, what page was it again?
It's internal page 23 or PDF page 25. And just in terms of that explanation you were just providing to the inspector there,
yes,
about how, if one were to slot the WHO guidelines in here somewhere or attempt to use them, where would that be? What part of this table / diagram should the inspector be looking at in terms of
at the very bottom,
that 45 dB
in the green boxes?
Yeah, because if we look to the bottom row there and the third column in, we see the words "do not normally exceed LAF max 45 dB more than 10 times a night." So we've already agreed with the council that the top of the green there is the point at which we move from no observed to lowest observed. The point in which you move above what's the absolute lowest is the point at which those values are exceeded. Yes. Yes. And we've got this arrow that changes colour through the spectrum. What do you say to the inspector about these thresholds and how they're to be treated? You know, is it hard and fast, there's a line in the sand, or is it something to be considered in the circumstances?
They do vary, and noting that the average conditions are agreed, and we are all we're talking about is whether individual car pass-by movements will cause a significant effect. The research that underpins the threshold of significant effect in this table is based on behavioural awakenings from the strain study, in a European strain study, which concluded that noise levels, an individual noise level in a bedroom of more than 65 maximum noise level, represents a significant effect. That represents behavioural awakening. So below that level, whilst those noise levels might be present, they don't constitute a behavioural awakening.
So in terms of drawing us back to this table from the PPG,
Yes.
yeah, if I've got, if I'm referring to AVOG and I'm in the red, normally exceeding 65 dB, an individual noise event during between 2300 and 0700 normally exceeds 65 dB and causes a material change in behaviour. Where am I on here?
You're beyond the significant observed adverse effect line.
Yeah. So you've entered that territory of
Yes.
significant effect.
Yes.
Okay. If I am below 65 dB LAF max, if I do not normally exceed 65 dB LAF max, I'll use the words on the page. What category do I fall into?
You're within that boundary of text between significant and lowest.
Okay then. So I haven't reached significant. I'm not below lowest.
Correct.
Yeah. And in terms of the agreed position with the council, it's not the agreed position. The agreed position is in terms of averages. Obviously, it's not our position that we agree that the max is a reliable figure that's being used. But even on the council's case, that at the facade externally, there would be 10 or more, as I understand the council's case to be, 7 events of 70 dB, with a partially open window. Where do I fall in this AVOG table?
You'd be below the 65, you'd be in that boundary, which would be approximately 55 if we're taking 15 dB as an open window.
Okay, and given that AVOG is dealing with normally exceeding 65 dB, and on the basis of the council's case it would be 55 dB, is that marginal or is that...
That's not significant.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Now, turning to what the council said about that 70 dB LAF max figure. Initially, it was suggested that all the cars would be 70 dB, but then I understood that actually that was rowed back slightly to be something less than all of them, but enough would be 70
Yes.
dB on the council's case. Looking at the WHO guidelines, again at CD 11.4, and it's internal page 28, and PDF page 48.
Yes.
And we see, we've already been here, it's familiar to us. For a good sleep, it's believed that indoor sound pressure levels should not exceed approximately 45 dB LA max for 10 to 15 times per night. Most studies show an increase in wages for intermittent events that approximate aircraft noise with an effective duration of 10 to 30 seconds. So just in terms of, what intermittent events are these guidelines concerned with?
Well, as I say, the research was based on aircraft passes.
Yeah. And in terms of these events that it's seeking to assess whether it will lead to sleep disturbance, obviously it puts an effective duration of those events of 10 to 30 seconds. How does that compare to a car passing on an internal estate road?
Well, I would agree with your statement earlier, which is that the vehicle passing is more likely to be closer to the 10 seconds than the 30 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of the average, which, let me just find, we looked at table 5 of Mr. Bryant's proof, and that was at page 8 of his proof, PDF page 9.
Yes.
I see Mr. Agarwal has got his hand up as if this is some form of interactive exercise. It's my opportunity to ask questions of my witness, and there isn't a putting your hand up and asking questions at this point session. Nor is there a point for comments.
Mr. Agarwal, so the way this works is you've had your say. The council, as you know, are fighting the noise evidence. So the council are going to deal with that. The council's barrister is going to cross-examine Mr. Healy on all these points. So yeah, you may have lots of things that you think, oh, that doesn't sound right to me. I think you can rely on the council fighting this corner for you.
Except for they don't have personal information about me and my family. So
Well, you
I might be a very light sleeper. You're talking about averages and studies that were done years ago, but none of it's personalised to me. And these are noises that would affect my character.
I understand that. Well, if you haven't made that comment already as part of your comments, then feel free to put it in to your comments. But please don't interrupt, because it's a process, and we're.
I wasn't interrupting, I just put my hand up. That's all.
Well, that's what I mean. Don't put your hand up. Okay. Thanks. Carry on, Mr. Hawley.
Thank you, sir. Yes, table 5 of Mr. Bryant's proof.
Yes.
Essentially what we're dealing with, and as we know, the ground floor reception during daytime, we're all in agreement that that's acceptable. First floor bedroom average, at night time, we're in agreement that's acceptable.
Yes.
The council put forward a figure of 70 dB LA max for intermittent events. Of course, your position is that you just can't reliably come to a figure, hence you do not provide one.
Yes.
If it were right that all vehicles were 70, well, let me put this a different way. What relationship, if any, is there between the average LAEQ 8 hour, or whatever duration, but in this case 8 hour, and LA max F?
Well, what the difference? Sorry, can you repeat that?
Is there any relationship between the average LAEQ 8 hour
Yeah.
and an intermittent LA max F?
Yes, the more intermittent events then increases the average over that time period. Yes.
Yeah. So just want to be careful not to lead here, but I do want it to be clear. So do stop me if you feel going anywhere. But
Sorry. So obviously more, because it's an average over 8 hours, more intermittent, singular, very noisy events will increase the average.
Yes. So those predicted average levels that we've agreed include for the movements of vehicles.
yeah. Thank you, sir. I don't need to lead because you asked the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Carry on.
So, do you have any observation or not about a contention that every car pass of the agreed cars, 32 per night, of 70 dB, and its relationship with an average of 45?
But this is where I found it very difficult to understand, because if you take those vehicle movements and say that they're 70 as a maximum. If you take this research, which says that an LA max of 45 inside is about 20 to 25.
Sorry, when you say this research, what
that's the evidence, that 1980s evidence that Mr. Bryant's relying on refers to in the WHO guidelines, refers to 10 to 15 events.
Let's just go there. That's CD 11.4.
Yes.
And that's PDF page 48. It's the WHO guidance that we were just looking at.
So
That we were
let's
on,
just- Yeah, let's slow down at this point, and
Yeah.
so which bit of the WHO guidance?
It's PDF page 48. It's internal page 28.
The
and
one we
it's-
were looking at
It's the
just
one we were
now,
looking
yeah,
at
yeah.
about, well, previously we were looking at it in terms of its approximation of aircraft noise and
Yeah.
durations, but now we're looking at the next bit of the text, which Mr. Healy's going to explain.
Yes, thank you.
Second, third.
Where it says
paragraph.
for a good sleep. So,
For a good sleep.
Yeah,
Second
sti-
paragraph.
Still in
Yeah.
the same paragraph.
this is where I find it difficult to believe the 70 maximum. And I'll explain now. If you were to take this research as correct and applicable, then and you were to take the 10 to 15 events of 45, then what this paragraph says is that 10 to 15 of those events implies an LAQ 8 hour of 20 to 25 inside the bedroom. So as we covered, a number of events over an 8 hour period results in an average noise level of a given average noise level. So those 45 LA max events, 10 to 15 of those equates to the 20 to 25 LAQ 8 hour in the inside. But what we've got effectively, what we're told is that there are 70. There are events that are 70 max outside, which would equate to the 55 inside, so 10 decibels higher than what the figures in this table, in this paragraph. Sorry.
With a partially
With a partially open window, yes. So that 20 to 25 would go up to 30 to 35.
Yes.
Then, as we've accepted that there are more like 30 or so vehicles in the nighttime period, then instead of 10 to 15, there's actually 30, which is roughly a 3 decibel addition to that average noise level. So instead of 30 to 35, we'd actually be getting 33 to 38 inside the bedroom via a partially open window. So if you then work that out to be what the level is outside, you'd actually end up with 48 to 53 outside as an average noise level, which quite clearly is higher than the daytime conditions, where there are 500 and something, nearly 600 vehicles passing, and far higher than the average noise level that was predicted using agreed methods. So that the 70 decibels for a vehicle movement just isn't reliable, in my opinion. Would you like me to take you through the math steps again, or did you manage to get that down?
Yeah, just go through it again.
Okay. So we have a 10 to 15 events of 45 max inside the room is what this paragraph talks about, and then what it says is that would imply an LEQ 8 hour of 20 to 25. But we haven't got, what Mr. Bryant's suggesting is that we've actually got not 10 to 15 events of 45. He's suggesting that those individual events inside are actually 55 via the 15 dB window. So 10 to 15 events of 55 would actually be 30 to 35 LEQ, which is the 10 dB increase. But then if you account for the fact they're actually more likely 30 vehicles roughly on average per night, 10 log 2 is 3 dB. So go from 15 to 30 vehicles. Roughly, it's about an increase another 3 dB. So that 30 to 35 inside with the 70 events outside works out to actually be 33 to 38 inside, which then if you translate to outside via the 15 dB addition, this would be more likely 48 to 53 outside, which doesn't align with the tried and tested methods that we've already agreed on have predicted the average noise levels. So that would suggest that suggesting that vehicle movements are 70 is overestimated compared to the agreed average noise levels that we predicted.
think I follow you.
Thank you.
No doubt it will be explained very clearly in your closings.
No doubt. Okay, thank you. Just while we're here, we did have a little diversion into the next paragraph that starts with special attention when we were hearing the council's evidence.
Yes.
Obviously, you heard the discussion about the very detailed, the forensic analysis of the single dwelling in the present case, and the point here that special attention should also be given to the following considerations. And Mr. Bryan, pointed to A, if you recall, he said noise sources in an environment with a low background noise level, for example, night traffic in suburban residential areas. What do you take that guidance to mean in terms of consideration of night traffic in suburban residential areas as compared to the exercise that's been undertaken of looking at every individual facade of a single building?
I think it is a statement just to point people to thinking about environments that have got low background and are trafficked environments in the residential areas. But it's more it is more to add context to where that you might want to consider things in a bit more detail, which is not necessarily applicable in this situation. But yeah, I wouldn't hold too much weight to those individual examples. They're more just to point people towards certain cases. I think, like anything, you have to use your judgment, and also you would hope that people use their judgment based on the latest information as well.
Yeah. Okay. Now, by reference to AVOG, which is set out at page 27, PDF page 27 of your proof.
Yes.
And it's still that table 3.3 again. We've got individual noise events into the significant adverse observable effect level where they are normally exceed 65 dB.
Yes.
If the council were right and we've got an LAF max of 70, and it's not our case, that's the council's case. We say you can't assess what the LAF max is. But even if the inspector were to say, well, I accept that. With a partially open window, is that an acceptable or an unacceptable noise environment?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
In terms of the guidance that we get from AVOG,
Yes.
and by extension Part O,
Yes.
building regs, if the inspector were to take the council's figure for LAF max of 70,
Yes.
and in this case we were to apply consideration of a partially open window,
Yes.
what would you say about the living conditions, the amenity of an occupier?
Well, they're not significant. They may be above the lowest observed adverse effects, but they wouldn't be deemed significant for the normal person.
And if we were dealing here with, the council's point is, well, we don't look at AVOG, we don't look at building rates because this isn't a new build.
Yes.
Yeah? If we were building a new build,
If you were building a new
in this location,
Yes.
and we had an LAF max of 70 on the external facade, and proceeded on the basis of a partially open window, what does this guidance tell us about the acceptability or unacceptability of that?
Well, firstly, it would say that the average noise levels, when considered against, sorry, new builds for open windows would normally be considering overheating conditions, which is from approved document O. In that regulation, there's a threshold for at the point at which people might choose to close the windows, and that's stated as 40 as an average inside at night, and 55 as a maximum inside at night. So even with it, even if there was a new dwelling next to this access road, and that was being designed, it was the same situation as experienced at number 48, then the internal conditions via a 15 dB open window would be entirely commensurate and compliant with the building regulations, and not requiring someone to shut the window.
Okay. In terms of, the council have taken the Wardle Armstrong data, that's the data that's been available from the measuring point nearest to Queenborough Road. You heard discussions about the noise environment, the road characteristics for Queenborough Road as compared to the access road. We know that Queenborough Road is 30 miles per hour. It's a through road. We know that the access road would obviously be an internal estate road accessing
Yes.
the development, and would have a design speed limit of 20 miles per hour. Is that relevant or not to the inspector's consideration?
It's entirely relevant. Yes, it's a completely different situation, and quite frankly, if internal access roads to developments were created significant effects on people, then we could have a lot of people in hospital right now.
Yeah. Okay. Obviously, we also know that the Wardle Armstrong proceeds on a worst case scenario in the sense that it assumes every vehicle is an ICE vehicle rather than an EV. What, if any, is the impact effect of electrification of the vehicle fleet?
Well, around 20 miles an hour, if it's a combustion engine car, then the combustion engine dominates the sound that vehicle produces, and when you get up towards 30 miles an hour and above, then it's the tyre noise that dominates the sound of the vehicle. So the electric vehicles will have a low tyre noise and no combustion engine sound at 20 miles an hour, so they would be significantly quieter than a combustion engine vehicle.
Thank you. And in terms of considerations of worst cases, as put by Mr. Bryant in his cross-examination, the scheme that has been assessed tracks close to number 48. There are
Yes.
alternative schemes,
Yes.
internal access schemes that have been put in, to which are appended to the statement of case. You discussed them also in your proof at section 6.6, alternative options. You provide them there. What do you say about the potential alternatives to move the road further away from number 48, and the potential for the acoustic fence to be aligned to that road rather than the boundary?
Well, I'll address this last point first. If the fence was aligned to the road, the effect on the vehicle noise would be significantly better in terms of noise reduction than if the fence was aligned on the boundary. On top of that, moving the road 5 meters, 10 meters one way or the other would have a marginal effect on the average noise, but the maximum noise would reduce a lot more. That's because sounds from individual events, maximum events, reduce by 6 dB per doubling of distance, and average noise levels only reduced by 3 dB per doubling of distance. So moving the road by a given amount would have a lesser effect on the average noise, which we've already agreed is acceptable, but it would have a lot more effect on the maximum individual events if they were, whatever they are.
Okay, so just looking at that, 6 dB for a doubling of the distance.
Correct.
Okay, and our point source, where we've taken it,
11
meters. Where
meters.
it's taken, right? Okay.
It's currently assumed it's 11 meters from the window.
Right. Okay. Thank you. In terms of where we are, I mean, we all know by now that we're just dealing with these intermittent events. We've got our guidance from the PPG, which gives us examples of behaviour for lowest observed and significant observed. Relevant in the present case is where there is no alternative ventilation, having to close windows for some of the time because of the noise, whereas a significant effect will be having to keep windows closed most of the time because of the noise. The average noise levels during the daytime, do they require closure of the windows?
No, they do not.
Okay. In terms of bedrooms, does the average noise level require closure of the windows
No.
at night time?
No.
Does any data suggest that windows would need to be closed before the nighttime hours that have been assessed of 11 o'clock?
If no, there is no information that I've seen that would require someone to close their windows in this situation.
Yeah. In terms of the behaviour of homeowners and window opening across the seasons, you heard me ask the questions of Mr. Bryant about, do people do stuff differently in winter to summer, etc., etc. What is your view as to whether people adjust their behaviour to the seasons?
People use people rely on a window opening more in the summer than in the winter. Yes.
Okay. So if the council were right, which obviously we say they're not,
Correct.
every vehicle is at 70 max that's passing in the night.
Yes.
Then the council say, well, the window would need to be closed between 11 and 7.
Yes.
Yeah. Bearing in mind the existing environment, what's your view as to whether that would then, across the year and across, the week or the day or whatever time period you wish to choose, where would you say to the inspector that lies? Is that having to close the windows for some of the time because of the noise, or having to keep windows closed most of the time because of the noise?
I think someone might choose to close the windows some of the time, depending on their choice, but they certainly wouldn't be needing to close the windows most of the time. Bearing in mind that the dwelling is north-facing, masonry building, less susceptible to overheating on the age of the building as well compared to modern buildings. So the regularity of the need to fully open a window all the time is significantly reduced compared to a new build dwelling, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't really understand that. Say the question again and say the answer again.
Okay. We were talking about behaviour of occupants over the course of a period of time. And obviously there are different periods of time, a year, a month, a day, a week. On the council's case, which the appellant doesn't accept, the council's case is that 32 vehicles per night will generate a noise level of individual events of 70 dB, and therefore it will be necessary to close the windows between the hours of 11 and 7. In the context of all the other information that we know about, they can be opened during the day, they can be opened up to 11 o'clock at night, behaviour might be different in winter as summer, etc. Coming back to the table of the PPG and the fact that a lowest observed effect level is having to close windows for some of the time, or a significant observed adverse level could be having to keep windows closed most of the time. Where given that pattern, does this particular property fall?
Yes, and as I say, for the reasons that of the circumstances of the dwelling, north-facing masonry building, less susceptible to overheating risk compared to new build dwellings that are far more airtight. Then the regularity of that need to open a window is less often than a new build dwelling, and also given the fact that people would need to open the window predominantly for that overheating risk. It's not most of the time. It's not through the year at all. It could be on occasion. Someone might choose that the window is open and they might want to close it, but it's not most of the time.
Okay, over a whole year.
Over a whole year, yeah.
Yeah, but say over,
Or even in the summer.
well, say over the 3 months of the summer,
Mhm.
June, July, and August,
Mhm.
when there's a heat wave in
Mhm.
the summer, like now or
Mhm.
like last week,
Mhm.
you wouldn't need to open your windows,
You-
and not just partially but fully.
You may open the windows. What I'm saying to you is the risk of overheating is less in this particular situation, north facade of this dwelling compared to a south or west facade and compared to a new build dwelling.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Yeah, sure.
And just in terms of that scenario, if we were to look at the day and the fact that the analysis is split into daytime and nighttime being 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., even if one were to close the windows between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m., how many hours of the day
Yes.
is it agreed with the council that all the windows in the property could be open?
16 open, and if someone decided they would close their windows, then it would be the 8 hours of night time. I should add, sorry, that it's worth noting as well that the approved document O, the building regulations, covers this very fact of when you're assessing the overheating risk, and it says that if you can open the window in the daytime but you'd need to close them at night for noise reasons, then you can still assess that dwelling as predominantly naturally ventilated, and that's directly referenced in the approved document O FAQs online. It classes that dwelling still as predominantly naturally ventilated if you can open the windows all in the day, and you might need to close them at night.
I won't ask any more questions because I'm sure Ms. Zia is going to ask all the questions about this issue. Well, whatever one she wants to ask. Yeah. Sorry, carry on, Mr. Hawley.
No, not at all, sir. Is there anything else that you would like to tell the inspector as part of your examination in chief?
No, only the fact that I have been to site. I've witnessed the noise environment. In fact, I stood there at 6 a.m. in the morning, when Mr. Bryant was monitoring, and witnessed the noise environment. I saw vehicles passing down Queenborough Road fairly regularly in that late night time, early morning hours. And the characteristics that I've described in my report are exactly correct, as experienced on site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There's my question, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone need a break? Do you need a break?
No, sir, I'm okay.
I would be grateful for a short break just to
sure.
ask a couple of questions of Mr. Bryant and
Yeah. How long do you need?
could we take 15 minutes?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
thank you.
Yeah. So come back at 10 to 3 by that clock. Okay, Miss Thea, over to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Healy.
Hello.
I would like to start with some points which I'm hoping are not in dispute between us, although there might be more in dispute than I had previously understood. So just to start with, let's orientate ourselves by reference to the development framework plan, please. So we have that at core document 1.3.
Okay, bear with me. Point 3, did you say?
Yes.
Yes.
And can we agree that, oh, I'll just wait for the inspector, he's got it. Can we agree that based on that plan, the access road, yes, it will begin to the southwest of number 48, but it will continue past the western facade of the property and then curve back towards it, and so that there will be a line of sight between the northern facade and the proposed access road,
As it's shown here, yes.
as it's shown there. Yes. And so, do you dispute that it's relevant to consider the northern facade of number 48?
Not at all.
No. And you accept, and I fully accept what you've said, that you weren't responsible for the Wardell-Armstrong report, but you accept Wardell-Armstrong didn't consider that facade.
Yes.
And to that extent, you would say they were incorrect to do so?
Yes.
You haven't done your own modelling of the effect on that facade.
I've done some estimations. I haven't done my own modelling, no.
And those estimations, they rely on the Wardell-Armstrong assessment of the western facade, and effectively you reduce the effect because it's further away.
I've used the estimations that Wardell Armstrong have done in terms of prediction of the average noise levels using the traffic figures and the methods of CRTN and other reliable documents to as the basis of that those figures represent daytime and nighttime average noise levels from that access road, and they show that on the western facade and on the they do show it elsewhere, but yeah, predominantly they show those values on the western facade, and I've contained those in my proof.
I think so. Paragraph 6.5.1 of your proof. You might be this might be what you're saying, and apologies if I'm following, but just to be clear, 6.5.1 of your proof, you say the predicted external noise levels in the WA report were circa 47 dB ground floor and 46 dB at first floor. Those are the average levels, as you just said. No predictions are made on the northern facade, but you would expect them to be 1 to 3 dB lower, given that it's only exposed to or sees half the sound from the vehicle pass by. So perhaps I wrongly characterized, but effectively what you're doing is you're taking the Wardell-Armstrong average noise results and you're reducing it by 1 to 3 dB.
And it seems like it's a good estimation because Mr. Bryant actually did predictions and worked out that it was about 1 dB less on the northern facade.
Yeah, in terms of the average levels. And the WA assessment, firstly, it's based on average levels, and we'll come on to a dispute between us about that.
Okay.
But also it was based on windows being closed in terms of their assessment of the western facade, correct?
Some of their assessment was based on windows closed on the western facade, correct, yes.
Some of it.
Sorry, could I ask? No, it's fine. I thought we'd agreed that the average noise levels were all acceptable and it wasn't an area of dispute.
In terms of the western facade, the point I'm getting to is that Mr. Bryant says that in terms of the northern facade, we have to model that based on windows being open rather than windows being closed, and the modelling that was done on the western facade was based on windows being closed, correct?
No, the assessment was based that Wardell-Armstrong considered the impact of the development using windows closed, but the modelling itself doesn't rely on the open or closed window situation. It's just the prediction of the noise.
Apologies. So they take the modelling, yes, assesses the external, and then you apply whether you apply a reduction or
Yes,
not, and what
yeah.
reduction you apply depends on whether you treat the windows as open or
Correct.
closed.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the Wardell-Armstrong assessment, was based on the Wardell-Armstrong assessment of the western facade was based on windows being closed.
Yes, correct.
And do you dispute that when it comes to the northern facade, it is reasonable or correct to assess based on windows being at least partially open?
I think it's absolutely fine to consider that situation.
And if it's correct to assess based on windows being partially open, then the only assessment that we have, or the only evidence before the inspector, is Mr. Bryant's modelling of the impacts on the northern facade.
No, that's not true.
Because, well, your assessment is based on a reduction from the WA assessment.
Yeah, it's an estimation. Mr. Bryant did do the predictions, but again, my estimation is we're not in dispute of that the average noise levels are about 45 on the first floor level, and it's about 1 dB less than on the west, which is what I predicted.
Your estimation is based on an assessment that was done with the windows on the basis that windows were closed.
No. The predicted noise level outside is irrespective of whether the window's open or not. And the predicted noise level outside from Wardell-Armstrong on the western facade, Mr. Bryant predicted about a 1 dB less value on the northern facade as an average, and that's entirely in keeping with my estimation. On the northern facade, it was about 45 at night.
Sorry, let's just start that again. I got a bit lost there. So I'll ask the question again. See.
I think what I had understood is that you had taken the results of the Wardell-Armstrong, or the overall conclusions of the Wardell-Armstrong report, and then the only assessment that you've done of the northern facade impact is to take the overall results of Wardell-Armstrong and say those would be reduced by 1 to 3 dB, and therefore, because they find that it's acceptable, the western and the northern will also be acceptable. I suppose what I'm saying is that Wardell-Armstrong assessment of the western facade was on the assumption that windows would be closed because of the noise environment at the western facade, whereas Mr. Bryant says that the noise environment at the northern facade is such that we can assume windows would be open currently, and that we should assess on that basis, which I think you don't dispute is an approach.
Yeah, correct.
And so you have taken Wardell-Armstrong and reduced it, but Wardell-Armstrong is based on windows closed, and Mr. Bryant is saying it needs to be based on windows open, so it's not comparing apples with apples, is it?
That's not true, sorry. Just to correct, I've used the prediction information in Wardell-Armstrong's report, as has Mr. Bryant, although he's done his modelling to validate that, but he then concludes that he agrees with it. So I've used that external noise level that's predicted. I've estimated it will be about 1 to 3 dB less on the northern facade, and Mr. Bryant has proved that by his modelling, which is good. But that's just the external noise level. I don't then rely on Wardell-Armstrong's assessment of needing to close windows at all. I've just used that external noise level and quantified how that would affect the dwelling.
Okay, so there is no dispute between us about the principle of assessing on the assumption of windows open.
And we've agreed that the average noise levels at day and night with the window open is perfectly acceptable. So
just to be clear, you've used the predicted external noise levels by Wardell-Armstrong, which the council has accepted.
yes,
Which is what on the western elevation?
on the west it was 46 at night.
Yeah. And so on the north it will be 1 to 3 dB less.
I estimated it would be 1 to 3 dB less. Mr. Bryant's actually done some modelling and validated my estimation.
So it will be 40,
45.
well, 45 max.
45 as an average at night at the worst case point, yes.
45 dB average highest on north, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Again, I don't believe we're in dispute of the average noise levels.
Yeah, that's right. So, sorry, are we talking about averages or?
Well, I was talking about the approach more broadly, and I accept that in terms of the averages, the approach doesn't seem to give rise to a dispute as to the result on the average levels. You're not disputing the 45 dB. I think what I had previously understood was that there might have been a dispute between us as to whether Mr. Bryant was correct to assume the windows would be open on the northern facade or not. But you clarified that that's not a problem. So in terms of the general approach, we can proceed on that basis.
All the evidence reliable to hand that I can rely on suggests that it's perfectly acceptable to open a window.
So what we've agreed is external noise levels on both facades and externally.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And now we're going to move on, presumably,
So the points that you make at 6.5.4 of your proof about which are assumptions or factors that might make the occupiers of number 48 less likely to open the windows in the northern facade.
Is that the paragraph where I say start with it is reasonable to assume that windows are likely only need to be opened occasionally?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are not points which you say make it incorrect to well, it's not modelling to assess impacts based on windows being partially open.
No, I've said that they might need to be opened occasionally. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll repeat what I said earlier, which is the need, the overheating risk on that facade for this dwelling would be less so than if it was a modern building and we were considering a south or west facade.
So your point, as I understand it, is that it goes more to whether there'll be a change of behaviour, but you accept that there's a difference between the western facade and the northern facade in the sense of the western facade we can rule out opening windows now, so even if the impacts with windows open would be higher than the acceptable thresholds wherever we set those, there would be no change of behaviour because the windows aren't being opened currently, and therefore there won't be a change as a result of the noise impacts. But you accept that on the northern facade, the crux of Mr. Bryant's evidence is that there is a difference because currently the windows are able to be opened, and so we have to assess what the impacts will be with the windows open to see if that results in a change of behaviour, i.e. windows needing to be closed.
All I'm suggesting is that the noise environment or the internal noise level isn't significant, borne out by the evidence that's repeated in the acoustics ventilation overheating guide by the Institute that Mr. Bryant's a member of.
Okay, we'll come on to that guidance. Let's turn to maximum noise levels, because this is a key point of dispute between us, isn't it? Is whether maximum noise levels are relevant at all. I mean, do you dispute that maximum noise levels are relevant at all in any way to assessing nighttime noise impacts of car passes?
In certain situations, they might be relevant, but they're normally more relevant in an urban environment next to a busy road, for example, or in a situation when you're under an airport. For example, a lot of the research is based on dwellings living near airports, where you have that sharp rise and fall of sound, much like a train pass by. And that's just repeating what all the standards in recent years have said as well.
So there are some scenarios where it might be relevant, but you say it's not relevant in this scenario. Now, you didn't produce a rebuttal proof of evidence, did you, Mr. Healy?
No, I did not.
And so at no point before today have you said that the use of LAF max in principle the application of LAF max in this instance is unreliable?
Well, I've essentially said it in so far as in my proof, in my report. I don't address it because I don't think it is relevant.
But you haven't said you don't address it, and WA was wrong to use it because it's an unreliable.
No, there's a lot of
mechanism.
things that you could say, you could waste time in talking about, but I think the crux of the matter is that whether the conditions are significant or not, and I used the information that was most reliable to me to come to that conclusion.
And this is, it is a departure from what the WA report does, and again, I accept you're not the author of that report, but it's a departure from how the WA report has approached it.
Yes.
Yes. And you agreed that in principle, in the Statement of Common Ground, the WA report methodology was appropriate. Let me get the proper wording. Generally follows a suitable methodology for establishing the likely impact of the access road.
Yeah, in terms of the prediction of the noise levels on the facade, and I'm not disputing that, and and I've relied on that as has Mr. Bryant.
So it wasn't unreasonable for Mr. Bryant to seek to adopt the same approach, given that agreement in the Statement of Common Ground. It's not unreasonable for Mr. Bryant to seek to adopt the same approach as Wardell Armstrong in assessing the noise impact on the northern facade.
I think Mr. Bryant has to look at the information in front of him and take what he thinks is the right, reliable use of that information to present his opinion.
And that, to be fair to him, that is what he says he has done. Now, you've said in chief that the WHO guidance is unreliable. So I suppose there are 2 points. There's the first point is whether LAF max is in principle relevant here. And then there's at what level, what threshold of LAF max impacts are significant. Those are two slightly separate points. But assuming that we do need to look, the inspector should look at LAF max, which I appreciate is not, well, I'm not really quite clear. Are you saying the inspector shouldn't consider LAF max at all?
I think if you had to consider LAF max, firstly, the evidence in front of me that I can rely on suggests that it's not going to be a problem. If the inspector had to look at it, then the consideration of whether that induces, whether that affects someone's use of the dwelling is based on whether it induces any behavioural awakenings. And as per the research, the behavioural awakening occurs at indoor levels above 65.
But are you saying that he shouldn't consider it at all?
I'm saying that if you wanted to consider it, then that's how you would consider it.
I understand if you wanted to, but what are you're here to assist the inspector. You're giving a professional view. Is your professional view that the inspector should disregard LAF max altogether, and that actually the dispute between us goes nowhere because this is just not an appropriate threshold, not an appropriate measure for him to be considering?
I don't think the vehicles passing the dwelling are going to cause a significant effect, and that's as modelled. Whether you consider the individual passes or as a whole, as an average over the night.
I understand that's your overall conclusion, Mr. Healy. I asked quite a specific question. There's a dispute between us as to the results when you consider LAF max. What I'm asking you, because I don't understand from the evidence you've given so far, whether you are saying disregard LAF max completely for this type of road noise, or whether you're saying it is relevant, but there's not actually any harm when you assess it.
I don't have any information to be able to assess it properly.
Okay, but is it? But that's a problem if it's relevant. Is it relevant?
If we had a situation where we had very loud events that are regularly occurring, for example, under an airport or in an urban environment, then I would say it is entirely relevant. I don't see any information presented before or as I've experienced in this on site, or indeed can foresee with an access road to which is a common layout for dwellings across the country. I don't see any evidence to suggest that we've got that situation here.
So no, it's not relevant.
I don't have any information to tell me whether those vehicles are going to be passing and what noise level those vehicles will be, but I struggle to see that they would generate significant maximum noise levels.
Okay.
And so I've used what I can rely on, which is the average noise levels.
You do rely on the AVOG guidance, don't you? That's something that you point the inspector to and that you ask him to take into account.
I think it's a useful guide for where to understand the threshold between lowest observed adverse effect level and significant, much like I do when I contain the levels from DMRB. It gives you a guide as to where the threshold is from lowest observed adverse effects and then moving into significant.
And we get that guide from table 3.3, which we've looked at several times, but let's just pull it up again. It's
Sure.
page
I've
20.
looked at it a lot more than you,
I'm
believe me.
sure. CD 11.5, page 23.
Yes.
This does refer to LAF max levels, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Is it wrong to do so?
No, in certain situations it's right to do so, as BS 8233 suggests.
So what are those? So you say those situations are only where you're near an airport or a train station. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that that where you've got high noise level discrete events, it is worth considering. I don't believe we're going to have that situation here. But if we did, for example, I've got no information to tell me what that is, and all the information I have got from experience on site and from the evidence that's been presented would suggest that we haven't got that situation. There's nothing wrong with stating a criteria in a guidance document where you need to use it. You don't have to use it all the time in that situation. And if you were to use it, then you wouldn't have a significant effect either, even if you were to believe Mr. Bryant's predictions.
And so, if we turn over to note 4 to table 3.3.
Yes.
Where it says the LAF max indicator associated with the upper category is intended for road traffic.
Yes.
You still say that doesn't apply here.
No, in certain situations, as I said, in an urban environment, you're next to a busy road, and Mr. Bryant, I know very well, has assessed noise in London, done assessments in London. I've done assessments in London, and passing vehicles can be very loud in certain situations. I don't think that we've got that situation here. The reason why it says it might be a good indicator for road traffic in this situation is because the strain studies that are used to normally exceed 65 LAF max included vehicle movements.
Okay. Can we go to the WHO guidance, please, which I've lost the CDRF for, but I'll get it. Thank you. And we'll stick on the same page that we've been looking at, page 48 of the PDF, 28 of the hard copy. Now, let's work through it in terms of the order that some of these points came up. So we started with for a good sleep is believed that indoor sound pressure levels should not exceed approximately 40 dB LA max, more than 10 to 15 times per night. We're all agreed that's where Mr. Bryant gets his LA max threshold from. It's taken directly from this guidance.
Yes.
Yes. You say that if you follow, so this is where the maths comes in. You're going to have to bear with me. You explained in a way that, as the inspector said, I'm sure Mr. Hawley is going to set out nice and clearly for us in closing, why the conclusion that Mr. So as you say that Mr. Bryant reaches an assessment of 70 dB max nighttime, about 30 times per night. And you say that by working through the numbers in this paragraph of the WHO, that equates to a 48 to 53 decibel average nighttime level. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. I will not go through the maths because I'll no doubt get it wrong, but I've taken away the key answer. But that's, if we were to work that, I'm going to rely on your maths here. If we were to do that backwards, so if we start with the 45 average level that's agreed between you, what would that equate to in max levels?
I don't know. They vary. They vary. All I used was that example to say that the 70 max is not reliable because it doesn't match the average noise level that has been predicted from other methods.
Well, I suppose I'm trying to work out what would match.
I don't know. It depends on the values. It depends on the vehicle pass-bys and how many of them and how long they last.
And why does the same not apply to the calculation that you did?
Well, this is based on aircraft passes, by the way. But all I was suggesting was that if we were to use the Mr. Bryant's assumptions, which relies on this paragraph, then his numbers don't match. I'm not coming up with some numbers myself because I don't know what the maximum noise level is from the vehicle pass by. It's not going to be 65 inside the bedroom, though.
In terms of the next,
Even with the windows fully open.
Well, I suppose it could be occasionally with the windows fully open, but yeah, it could be occasionally.
Because as I understand it, your figures rely on the windows only being partially open, and so achieving a 15 dB.
Correct. Yeah.
A reduction in the internal noise levels.
Correct.
So if they were fully open, there wouldn't be any reduction.
It depends on how fully you open them, of course.
I mean fully
yeah.
open. On a summer
There'll be a
35-degree heat wave.
lesser than 15 reduction. You're correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, that depends on the room size. There's all sorts of factors. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Okay, so I think we have probably two key points of dispute. One is LAF max, whether we use it at all, and if we do use it, whether we set it, whether Mr. Bryant is right to set it at a 45 degree decibel threshold, and then. Well, no, so that is it. So whether we use the LAF max at all, and then if we do, whether we rely on this WHO guidance as Mr. Bryant does, or whether you apply something a different threshold, which I think you're saying then if you were to use LAF max, then you should be applying the 65 decibel threshold from AVOG rather than the 45 from.
Mr. Bryant's arguing that 45 is significant. Whereas, as evidenced in the AVOG guide, that's the point at which the lowest observed adverse effect starts to occur. That's not a significant effect. That's not having to close the windows most of the time. That's having to close the windows some of the time.
Based on AVOG, yes, but based on WHO, 45 decibels but it's believed that indoor sound pressure should not exceed 45 decibels more than 10 to 15 times per night. So if you accept that that's the right threshold to apply.
For the point at which lowest observed adverse effect starts to occur, yes. And that's widely recognised, and that's printed also in AVOG. Yeah, I don't think there's any dispute. Well, nobody apart from Mr. Bryant is disputing that.
I think what Mr. Bryant is saying is not that there is a numerical threshold at which it becomes significant. I think what he's saying is that there's a threshold that results in a material change of behaviour, and that is what is significant. And that actually, when we're talking about material changes of behaviour, we're not talking about fixed numerical thresholds. We're talking about an assessment of how someone acts before and after a proposed development.
What my understanding in planning terms is that you avoid significant impacts on health and quality of life, and you mitigate and minimise adverse impacts, and that's the situation we're in. We're not. The suggestion is that there's a significant impact on the health and quality of life, but the evidence and all of the research behind it suggests that that's not the case. Borne out by all the reliable data from average that we've predicted, plus if we were to use Mr. Bryant's maximum approach as well, would still be the case.
Okay. Let's start from the other side. So the relevance of all this, and I think we agree, is whether there'll be a material change in the behaviour of the occupants of number 48 as a result of the proposed development. That's what we're trying to figure out. That's what the inspector's going to have to figure out.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I think you have to consider whether the proposed development has a significant effect or not, and whether that has that significant effect on an occupant of a dwelling. Yes.
And whether something has a significant effect or not, if we look at the PPG guidance.
So just to be clear, I'm not disputing that there is not an adverse. There might be an adverse effect. There may well be. We might be above that lowest observed adverse effect. I'm not necessarily disputing that. And I don't know, because all the evidence I've got from my reliable information would suggest that we're not quite there. But if we're to use Mr. Bryant's approach, then we may be at that adverse effect situation, but it's not significant. So it might change someone's behaviour slightly, but it's not going to change someone's behaviour such that it's detrimental to their impact or health and quality of life.
Okay. Can we take up the PPG noise exposure hierarchy table, wherever you've got that most readily? So I think you've got a hard copy of that somewhere.
Yeah, this is what Mr. Hawley handed out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Could I have a hard copy, please? Save me trying to find it. Thank you. Yes, yeah.
So when we're considering significant observed adverse effect level, the examples of outcomes that the guidance says we need to look at is that the noise causes a material change in behaviour, attitude, or other physiological response. And one example is where there is no alternative ventilation, having to keep windows closed most of the time because of noise. And no dispute between us, that's what it says.
Yes.
Obviously, when you move it's up the page but down the hierarchy towards lowest observed, then you've got similar wording, but it's some of the time, keeping windows closed some of the time.
Yes.
So the change in behaviour is what the inspector is concerned with. Will the proposed development result in a change of behaviour in the terms envisaged by this guidance? Okay. And if it does result in a change of behaviour that falls within the significant observed adverse effect level, then that should be avoided.
Yes.
And if it falls in the category below that, so the lowest observed adverse effect level, so having to keep windows closed for some of the time, then you need to mitigate and reduce to a minimum that effect.
If that was the case, yes, that would be what you would be required to do, mitigate and reduce to a minimum, such as submitting an access road which has a different layout or different location of barrier or whatever. And
I mean, you sort of predicted the next question. If that was the case, and I know we're on a lot of ifs here, based on the scheme, well, based on what's been modelled, the access road that's been modelled, you haven't reduced it to a minimum yet. That would require a different access road.
The evidence in front of me that I can rely on does suggest that that's not actually needed. And sorry, we have, because the noise levels in the garden have relied on that barrier to reduce noise to below a significant level. So that in itself is mitigating and reducing to a minimum for average noise levels in the
For
garden.
the average noise levels for the garden.
Yeah.
But in terms of what we're talking about, which is the impact on the first floor window,
It's all open to options. It's not the scheme that's put forward. It left that for future determination, and that's all available as an option to mitigate and reduce to minimum in reserve matters.
yes, but it would not, if we were seeking to reduce to a minimum, you're not going to end up with the internal access road that's shown on the parameter, on the framework plan. You'd have to have a different road.
Depends on what you want to be assessing. I believe that the information that we've got to hand is the reliable information, and which suggests that you don't actually need to do anything beyond what's been done. But if we were to have forced to take a different approach and to consider something differently, there would need to be a different approach to that. And in that situation, the hypothetical situation in the future, there's plenty of options available to do that. Yeah.
Ultimately, this PPG table doesn't set, Mr. Bryant's right, it doesn't fix any numerical values at which something becomes a significant observed adverse effect. There's not. It's not
Mr.
fixed.
Bryant's not. The information that Mr. Bryant's presented doesn't give you that threshold within lowest and significant. He's just said this is the level, and above this is a problem. And actually, the information that I've submitted, even though I don't rely on those maximum noise levels because I don't think I can, but if you were to use that, at least it gives you that threshold to understand what point is the lowest observed adverse effect and what point is significant.
I understand your approach is to say that AVOG does provide some kind of numerical values that you can carry across into this table.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, just looking at the guidance itself, the guidance doesn't refer to AVOG. That doesn't say, oh, use AVOG to tell you whether something's a significant adverse effect or a lowest adverse effect. That's you're applying your judgment to find a way to put numbers into this.
Yeah, well, the government decided in 2012 to rip up the PPGs and replace it with the MPPF and wording instead of numerical values, and that's where this comes from. Essentially, is that to give people the freedom, but in place of that, the industry provided guidance to fill the gap.
As you've just said, this is worded in a way that gives people room. It's a matter of judgment, isn't it? Ultimately, it's a matter of judgment whether something is going to be a significant observed adverse effect or a lowest observed adverse effect or somewhere in between.
Oh yeah,
it's not
yeah,
a rigid.
yeah.
It's a
And
matter of judgment.
if I'm making a judgment, I'd be relying on the latest research. Yeah.
You've made a judgment relying on AVOG. Mr. Bryant has reached a judgment relying on what he sees as the change in behaviour that is likely to occur as a result of the proposed development.
I think Mr. Bryant's used a ultra worst case that doesn't apply in this situation, and then come to a conclusion using criteria that was borne out in the 80s.
Now, setting aside, we will come back to AVOG, I promise, but setting that aside, assuming that what we're considering is a material change, is whether the development's going to lead to a material change in behaviour. I understand your position to be that windows are unlikely to be opened are likely to be opened only occasionally at the moment, and therefore, even if they had to be closed all the time as a result of the proposed development, that is not a significant observed adverse effect, or it's not a material change in behaviour.
Sorry, that's not true. I didn't
Okay.
say that the windows would have to be closed all the time.
No, I'm saying even if they did, even if the inspector accepts that they would have to be closed all
The evidence
time.
in front of us suggests that's not the case.
Okay. If the inspector considers that they would have to be closed all the time. If, okay, just go with this, okay, if that's the finding that is reached, then, so if it have to be closed all the time at night to avoid the noise, to avoid
Okay.
unacceptable noise levels. Sorry, I should have been more precise. If they had to be closed at night to avoid unacceptable levels or to achieve acceptable levels internally, would that, in your view, be a material change in behaviour and a significant observed adverse effect within the PPG guidance?
I'd want to know what the basis is first of coming to that conclusion, because it wouldn't be borne out from science.
Okay, assume that there is a basis for that conclusion. I'm trying to work out if, because that is Mr. Bryant's evidence, and I know you challenge Mr. Bryant's evidence, but Mr. Bryant's position is that in order to achieve acceptable noise levels internally at night, windows will need to be closed, and that's not the case at the moment. So what
Mr. Bryant's relying on old
I
evidence.
know, well, we've been through that. I understand that's your case, and the inspector might completely adopt your case and say that Mr. Bryant is wrong, but he might go the other way, okay? And I'm just testing what the position is in that scenario. If the inspector considers that in order to achieve acceptable levels at night, the windows have to be closed, do you dispute that that would be a material change in behaviour?
I don't think that would be the case that people have to close the windows most of the time. It would still be some of the time on the basis that all day, all year round, people can have the windows open. And that approach of considering whether it's predominantly naturally ventilated or not is supported by the building regulations approach for overheating risk.
Sorry, can I ask a question there? Yeah, I think I know where you're going, Miss Sears. So, if the windows had to be closed,
Yes.
if they had to be closed some of the time because of the noise, so what you said is they would only have to close some of their windows some of the time.
What I said was that if someone had to close the windows because of noise at night, then those windows would be closed for still some of the time on the basis that all day, every day, they can be open.
What use is that to a bedroom window?
Well, it does alleviate overheating risk in the daytime and reduces the prevailing ambient temperature when you need to then close the window. I don't think you'll need to, but that does have an effect for the overheating risk. And in fact, the building regulations, if you were to put this as a new build, requires people to assume that.
But this isn't a new build, is it?
No, but I'm just saying that in the context of whether or not government decide what's predominantly natural situation, as in not most of the time but some of the time, then they judge that as daytime. You can open your window fully, and even if you have to close it at night, it's still considered to be predominantly naturally ventilated.
Okay, so that's considered to be predominantly naturally ventilated.
Yes.
But really, what use is that to someone on a hot night when they're sleeping in a bedroom? That's what I don't fully understand. You know, you have the windows open all day, so it would ventilate the room on the assumption, presumably, that it would help to cool it down, so that when you got into bed at night, it would have cooled down. Yeah, is that what you mean?
It reduces the overheating risk. Yes.
Yes. So say the sun was shining on it, and the windows were open. It would allow ventilation during the day. Yeah, so that by the time you went to go to bed and had to shut your windows because the road noise would otherwise stop you sleeping, and I know you don't accept that, but if that was the case, then what use would that be to someone sleeping in that room? Because it would have already cooled down enough during the day with the windows open. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that it reduces. I'm not saying that it would solve the problem,
Yeah.
and I'm saying that people can also moderate how they open the window. If they
Yeah.
open it less than the 15 dB assumption, then they get more than 15 dB, for example.
Yeah,
It can
yeah.
still be open slightly,
Yeah.
ajar, and get more than 15 dB, for example. So if someone felt the need, and if you believe that was the case, then it would still not be a conclusion of most of the time they had to do that. It would just be at the night time, when in the summertime, when there's an overheating, when there's a particular overheating risk.
Yeah. And therefore the guidelines would consider that to be okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fine. Yeah. Sorry. Do go on.
No, no. Thank you. So we've agreed that noise is in itself. Sorry, in terms of a northern facade, we've agreed that the current noise environment is not as likely to prevent windows from being opened at the moment as it is in relation to the western facade.
Yeah, on southern, yes.
But at 6.5.4 of your proof, you rely on other factors which you say may make the occupiers less likely to open those windows currently, or less likely to need to open those windows currently.
Less likely to need to close the windows as much. Sorry, open.
Open the
Apologies.
windows,
Yeah,
yes.
apologies. Yeah.
Can we just go through those? So
yeah.
the first one, you say it's reasonable to assume that windows are likely only needed to be opened occasionally and usually in the summer months. If we can turn off the AVOG guidance and start at the very beginning. It's in the forward, actually. It's just after the two blue cover pages. Bizarrely, it's PDF page 1. The previous pages are 70 and 71, which I don't where it says forward.
We might be able to write research, but we might not be very good at writing page numbers. I'm
This
sorry.
is the way with all inquiries. I mean, it's
bear with me. So which page, sorry?
PDF page 1, internal page 1. It's underneath the title forward.
Yep.
Yeah. There you go, sir.
Forward, yeah.
Yes. The second paragraph of that, we see it says, time and time again, we're encountering buildings where even in the winter, the occupiers are identifying a need to open the windows on some properties in order to regulate the internal temperatures to a comfortable level. So it's not the case that that windows are only opened in the summer months to regulate temperature.
In certain dwellings, and it's an increasing risk, which is exactly why we produced this guidance in the first place. And new build dwellings, it became a big problem. And in fact, I'm involved in a case at the moment for a new build development where they've got significant overheating risks, even at winter. But what I'm suggesting in this situation is that all of the knowledge that I know about overheating risk, I own an energy overheating company as well, so I understand a lot about thermal modelling. All the factors that reduce the overheating risk for a building include whether or not the room is on a northern facade compared to a south or west facade, whether or not it's masonry or timber frame. A timber frame has a lower thermal mass, and so it has much more, it exacerbates that overheating risk. Masonry has good thermal mass, which means it smooths out that peak of internal temperature. And older buildings have a higher air permeability, so they're more leaky.
Do we know the exact age of this building?
I think I don't know the exact age. No, I'm pretty sure I did look into it, but I think they were built in the 70s or 80s. I can't be sure.
Okay. Well, I know, because you do say at 6.5.4, you make these points about the internal, external walls and masonry, and
Yes.
the less, it's not a modern airtight building.
Yes.
But we don't really have, I don't think that there is any detailed evidence of the construction of this building, or this is what
Well,
these are assumptions that you've made based on visiting the site and seeing the building.
And going into number 46
And going into
and
number
seeing
46.
they've actually doing some building work, so they've exposed the external wall, they've exposed all the internal walls, and I went around and noted all of those things, took photos, measured things, and all those built, number 46 and number 48 were built roughly at the same time by the same builder.
Okay.
And in fact, the layout originally was the same. It's just that they're slightly different now, and that was confirmed. Mr. Bryant accepted that that's the case. So I haven't been able to go into number 48, but as far as I can
You're
tell,
assuming based
my
on
professional
46.
judgment is that they are very very similar, if not the same. They're the same construction.
Okay. I hadn't appreciated the building works point, because I don't think that's mentioned in your evidence, but that's how you, sorry.
6.1.10, I believe. Yeah, 1980s. And that came from my discussions, well, I think online searches, but also discussions with the occupiers of number 46.
Well, it certainly looked like 1980s.
Yeah, yeah, that's I concluded that as well.
And so the observations at 6.1.10 are based on your visit to number 46 and the assumption, which I don't think is in dispute, that they are similar
Yep.
construction. Okay, understood.
And
Thank you.
my point is that construction and
Yep.
it has the lowest overheating risk of all the situations that I come across.
Okay. And then the other point that you make is about the windows being in the northern elevation. A northern elevation has a lower risk of solar gains, and therefore you're less likely to open windows on that elevation. But as Mr. Bryant points out, obviously you could open windows on a northern elevation for cross ventilation, even though that facade might not, or elevation might not be at such risk of solar gains. You might actually want to open windows there to allow cross ventilation to other parts of the property.
Well, if you did, chances are that if you're doing that cross ventilation, you're doing it on the south and west facade, which has higher noise levels, which suggests that the occupiers aren't as bothered about noise than you're suggesting.
Well,
I was there on the morning of the 16th, and which was 27 degrees in the daytime, quite a warm day, and I was there at 6 a.m. the following morning, and no point in the night time were there any of the bedroom windows open.
At no point in the night, you didn't stay there all night.
No, I didn't say it all night. No, I was there, but unless someone got up before 6 a.m., then the chances are they were closed all
They
night.
stayed closed.
16th and 17th of June.
Yes.
Yeah.
And incidentally, that coincided with when Mr. Bryant was monitoring. I saw his microphone at the time.
And obviously, Mr. Bryant's evidence is that when he was there, some of those windows were open. So we've got two different.
But Mr. Bryant was there in the daytime. He wasn't there at night.
And in terms of speaking to the occupiers of number 48, only Mr. Bryant has done that. You haven't had an opportunity to speak to them.
I haven't had the opportunity. I obviously didn't knock on their door. It's not part of my approach. But no, I haven't had an opportunity to speak to them.
In terms of the AVOG guidance,
Yes.
your case, well, as I understood, does the AVOG guidance doesn't, in your view, replace the British standard threshold?
No.
No. It provides further context, I think is how you put it, for defining those thresholds. And essentially what that guidance says is that average levels which are higher than those set out in the British standard might be acceptable where open windows are required for ventilation purposes. I mean, it's a very high level summary, but that's what it's getting at. Yeah.
Well, it also confirms, and which is common knowledge, that those levels in British standard are the point above which the lowest observed adverse effect may occur.
And we already went to it with Mr. Bryant, but let's. Why can I not keep finding this? Sorry, let's go back to the scope. Well, I mean, even just the name of the document, it's a design guide, isn't it? It's called the acoustic, we're calling it AVOG, but it's the residential design guide.
Yeah.
That gives us a clue, but it's there. It's about designing residential dwellings.
Because the point was that at that time, there was no guidance for designing dwellings and accounting for overheating and ventilation cohesively. And that's why it was written. But that doesn't mean that the information within it can only be applied to new build dwellings. It doesn't rely on that particular table in terms of whether or not something's significant or not. It doesn't rely on that dwelling being a new build. It's a regurgitation of research which was performed from occupants of existing dwellings.
But do you accept that there is a difference between assessing impacts of a new development on occupiers of an existing dwelling versus what versus the future occupiers of a new build dwelling?
How do you mean, sorry?
Well, there won't be a change of behaviour in relation to a future occupier of a new build dwelling. There is no base level behaviour to compare to, whereas if you've got an existing dwelling, there will be behaviours that those occupiers are used to that might be changed by a proposed development nearby.
It depends on what triggers that change, what triggers that behavioural change, and I would have to use my noise evidence to understand whether that does trigger behavioural change.
But there can be no behavioural change to consider in relation to a future occupier of a property that doesn't exist yet.
No, but I'm assuming that somebody that buys a house in a new build has lived in a house before, but you have to judge on how someone reacts to an environment that they're in, and if they're moving in to a house, they may choose to how they use that house will depend on the environment in which they're in.
Yes, of course. How someone uses one house might be different to how they use another house. But what we're talking about here is an existing home with existing occupiers who use it in a particular way and whose behaviour might be affected by the proposed development. Correct?
That's what you're suggesting, yes.
Well, that's a fact, isn't it? That number 48 is occupied currently, and assuming they continue to live at the property, their behaviour might be affected by the proposed development, mightn't it?
That's what you're suggesting. I'm suggesting that the noise levels that are in front of me don't indicate that they will have a significant change in their behaviour. There may be a minor change within that grading of conditions, but there's no evidence that suggests that there will be a significant change in the behaviour and they use the property.
Based on your evidence, that's what you say, but that is what we're assessing, is whether or not there would be that change.
And Mr. Bryant's, based on the thresholds.
Oh, sorry, you're saying based on Mr. Bryant's, there's no evidence of change. We'd dispute that. But so, in terms of the question for the, I think we've been over that. I don't think that's fine. In terms of the mitigation, as I understand it, the 1.8 metre fence was modelled as part of the Wardell Armstrong assessment because it already exists, not because of the proposed fence. It was just the existing fence was put into the model.
I would guess, and I don't know this for sure, but I would guess that they replicated that on the basis that it's already there, but it could be removed in the future. But if you're relying on it and it provides a benefit, then they've modelled that effect in their report. Yeah.
I think that's what the EHO effectively said, that because the model relies on it, but obviously it's outside of the red line and not within the applicant's control, it would be better to condition a fence within the red line that the applicant can control.
Yeah.
Now we get from that, as was put to Mr. Bryant in chief, there's nothing in the AHO's consultation response that refers to a specific height of fence. But we end up when the officer report says that a 2 to 2.5 metre fence might be necessary for this purpose.
Yes.
The reality is, do you disagree with Mr. Bryant that we don't have modelling as to what height of fence would be required to mitigate noise to the first level window? That's not what this fence is trying to do.
They're correct. That's not what this fence is trying. The Wardle Armstrong model is correct.
And what we have got a draft condition about a fence, but it's not specific as to the height of the fence. I don't know if you've seen that condition.
I have.
It's just that there shall be an acoustic fence, and there'll be details of its acoustic performance to mitigate the noise arising from the development. If the inspector agrees with Mr. Bryant that there will be a level of noise impact to the northern facade,
Yes.
there isn't any evidence currently as to the height of a fence that would be required to mitigate that.
No, but I still think it's perfectly feasible to put a fence in a situation and orientate the road, which will all be part of future reserve matters, to an extent that would satisfy general guidance. It'd probably satisfy Mr. Bryant's if we had to use that as a situation. Although I don't believe that's necessary, but it's not within the realms of practicality to do that.
You're saying but it would be a combination of a fence and orientating the road. It wouldn't just be a
They're all, as Mr. Bryant said, they're all factors in the mix, and they all contribute to what noise level is produced on the window of the dwelling. Yes.
In terms of the noise impacts of any internal access road, the only ones that have been modelled are the impacts of the road shown on the framework plan.
Yes.
But assuming that alternatives are possible, your point is they would be further away from number 48 and therefore less harmful to number 48.
Yes.
Of course, what we don't know, because there's not been any modelling, is what the impacts of a different access layout might be on other properties.
I suspect it'd be less.
I mean, if we look at your page 32 of your proof, where you show there's the diagrams that you provide.
Yes.
It's quite small, but
Yeah, apologies.
no, it's not your fault. It's just how it's come out. I'm trying to think if we've got it better. It's from the transport assessment, isn't it? So we might be able to get it.
It is, well, from the statement case. Hopefully, if you've got a PDF, you can zoom in.
Can zoom in, but
They should be at the right resolution to be able to see the detail if you need to.
I mean, the only point really is that there are obviously property. So we've got number 48 that we've been talking about, which is to the east of the appeal site, red
Yes.
line.
Yes.
To the south, you get there are other properties. I think it's number 36 and number 36. That's the nearest one to the southern. And if you were to put in an access road that curved in a different way, it would be closer to that property than the current one.
Yeah, but it would go from a very low noise level to a low noise level, or a very low noise level still. It's that far away, and we've already established that the noise, even at 48, is not significant. So.
Okay, and. I think it was you said a few times in your evidence in chief that Mr. Bryant assumes that all car passes will be 70 dB. His his evidence is not reliant on all car passes being above 70 dB, is it? It's based on 10 to 15 car passes at above 70 dB.
Yeah, although he doesn't really say that. He just says the maximum noise level is 70, and if this occurs 10 to 15 times, it's a problem.
But if the fact that it might be less, the fact that it won't be all, which because Mr. Bryant's accepted that it won't be all the cars that are above 70 dB, doesn't mean that he's wrong. His overall assessment is wrong. It's as long as there are 10 to 15 that are above that are 70 dB, that is sufficient on his evidence to be a significant impact.
Yeah, but can I remind you that Mr. Bryant's chosen combustion engine vehicles on the 30-mile-an-hour road and applied that to a completely different situation and assuming it's the same?
Well, that was based on the Wardell Armstrong report.
But he's still got to be comfortable that that's correct for him to present it as his own evidence.
And the Wardell Armstrong report, which you agreed in the Statement of Common Ground, is generally an acceptable methodology.
The approach they've taken, I've used that information, but I'm not reliant on every single word of that report. I didn't write it, and I shouldn't be held to. And
you haven't produced an alternative to the Wardell Armstrong report that takes into account all the assumptions that you say were wrong, for example, electric vehicles or something else that shows a different assessment.
Well, I've used the information that is available to me without going into further detail with more predictions to make an assessment. And given the low vehicle numbers, appropriate approach has been taken on what is a small development with a few vehicles. I've not gone into the nth degree with everything because I didn't feel it was necessary.
Well, that's what Mr. Bryant's done also, isn't it? He's taken the information that's available that you've agreed to be a generally acceptable methodology, and he's said that there is this and this is the outcome that he's reached.
Well, the approach primarily that they've taken is based on the predictions that they've done. It doesn't mean that I have to do every single element that they've and copy that approach. All I've got to do is understand the noise environment, which is informed by the Wardell modelling, and but I have to believe that what they've done, and I believe that the average noise levels that they predicted are right. They've used the vehicle numbers correctly, and that the noise exposure from those vehicle movements using CRTN has been done correctly. Mr. Bryant's confirmed that.
Thank you, Mr. Healy.
No problem, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hawley, any re-examination questions? Sure, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
We've been to it a number of times. The AVOG, you were taken to the 4-word section of that.
Yes.
And that second paragraph, time and time again, we are encountering buildings where even in the winter the occupiers are identifying a need to open the windows on some properties. There was then a discussion about the construction period within which this number 48 was constructed in your visit, and we went to I think it was 6110
Of my evidence.
of your evidence.
Yeah.
Where you say the dwellings were built in the 1980s and comprise a cavity masonry external wall. You saw that, you were saying, did you?
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
In number 46. In fact,
Was it filled or unfilled, the cavity?
It originally unfilled. They'd had some filling. They used the polystyrene beads. Some filling of cavity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At some point between the 1980s and now, unfilled cavity walls ceased to be compliant with building regulations.
Yes.
Yeah. So, is that something that points to this property being as you suggest, 1980s or being later?
Uh,
But it was unfilled when constructed.
I think it's a reasonable date from the evidence in front of me, the 1980s construction. A lot of people that have buildings like that have retrospectively filled them with insulation of polystyrene beads or something similar.
Yeah. And then just nipping back to the foreword in AVOG, those buildings where even in the winter the occupiers are identifying a need to open the windows, i.e. their buildings are getting so hot in winter that they're having to open windows despite the fact that it might be, 3 degrees outside or something. What kind of buildings and what era of buildings are they that are being encountered?
In 2003, the building regulations, there was a shift in the 90s through to the early 2000s for a requirement for U values. And then in 2005, the SAP assessment started, which required all new dwellings to submit the thermal calculation of the envelope. And with that, in conjunction with that, was an increasing need to reduce air leakage, reduce air permeability. And in the winter, that makes sense. But in the government's wisdom, they didn't foresee this overheating risk. But fast forward 10 years in 2015, 16, which is when this document we first convened as a committee to form this document, there started to be a lot of cases where people were in new buildings. They were more and more insulated to reduce energy costs at winter. But they weren't considering the overheating risk, and particularly they weren't considering the overheating risk in combination with what environment they're in, the noise environment, which is why we formed a committee to produce this guidance for members.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got a building which has been subject to whatever practical completion and air tightness test to achieve a certain threshold below which it wouldn't pass building regs. It's heavily insulated. What happens when you fire up the heating, particularly if the heating doesn't have particularly precise thermostatic controls in winter in that building if all of your doors and windows are closed?
You still get leakage and heat loss, because nowadays you have to do in fact, a couple of years ago, the regulations changed, and every new dwelling has to have an air permeability test before it can be occupied. And quite often they don't pass. Quite often people go around sealing all holes, penetrations up with silicone, etc., just to stop that air leakage. And that is the trend, to reduce air permeability, to stop that heat loss at winter.
Okay, and then in terms of both your experience in preparing this document, the AVOG, and in your capacity as owner of a company that deals with effectively heating, ventilation issues as well as acoustic issues, the interface between the two, have you come across 1980s constructed buildings which are suffering from overheating in winter?
No, not very often.
No. Okay. So there's a point about cross ventilation that was picked up, and it does come from Mr. Bryant's evidence, albeit I can't quite. Oh yes, here we are. It's actually in the rebuttal. Last page of the rebuttal. 1, 2, 3. Third paragraph up. And this is in response to your statement that a room on the northern elevation, because it'll have a much lower level of solar gain, because obviously the sun doesn't come round from the north. It rises in the east, travels through the south, and sets in the west. So a northern elevation will have a far lower risk of solar heat gains compared to rooms south, west, and east. That's quoted from your proof. And he says, whilst this is likely true from a thermal gains viewpoint, it's also the case that the south, west, and east elevations are also the facades most exposed to road noise, and this reduces the likelihood of residents wishing to open windows in these locations in favour of supplying cross ventilation. What do you understand cross ventilation to be, as opposed to ventilation?
The terms of there are two terms that people use in that respect. One is a single-sided ventilation, which is for a flat, for example, that hasn't got any other elevation other than one, and that's single-sided ventilation. Cross ventilation is a through ventilation, which is either from two elevations that aren't the same. So you're relying on that air movement through. So in order to get cross ventilation for that dwelling, you would have to open a window on the south or west elevation if you were to open windows on the north as well.
Yeah. So in terms of that paragraph that Mr. Bryant has said, and as I say, I didn't quite understand it. I mean, do you understand that to be correct? That that the road noise to the south, the existing road noise, reduces the likelihood of residents cross ventilating. You know, why does that? Well, in favour of supplying cross ventilation to the house by opening quieter windows on the northern facade.
You would still be opening a window on the noisier facade to get that cross ventilation.
Okay, and then in terms of all of our average noise levels, if I'm doing that during the day, is that acceptable or unacceptable? Or does that result in a significant effect, significant observed effect, or not in terms of average noise levels?
I would have to look. Bear with me in terms of the what was predicted by Wardle, because we haven't really focused on the south and west very much. So on the west, it was predicted to be 46, which would be 31 at night inside with a 15 dB reduction, which is not significant. It's above the Lowell, but it's not significant. And the south at night, I don't actually have that data. Oh, I do. Sorry, bear with me. It's in the high 50s at night time on the south elevation.
Yeah.
Which that would be more significant.
Yeah. Okay. So back to the AVOG and back to table 3.3. We've been here before.
Yep.
We see at the top of there. We've obviously got our red columns. We've been concerned with the third one, individual noise events during 2300 to 0700. In brackets, it says note 4, and you were taken to note 4.
Yep.
It says refer to references 117, 18, 22 for further guidance regarding individual noise events. The LAF max indicator associated with the upper category. What do you take the upper category to be?
Significant.
Yeah. Is it the box is in red?
Yes, the boxes in red represent significant observed adverse effect levels.
The LAF max indicator associated with the upper category, i.e. that red bit, is intended for road traffic. Yeah?
Yes.
Are we dealing with road traffic here?
We are.
Yes. Okay. So I know we've got this difference of opinion as to whether the WHO guidelines should be applied or the AVOG guidelines. In terms of the AVOG guidelines, we would have to be in the red, to be significant, to achieve a significant observed adverse effect level, as the council contend, then the individual noise events would normally have to exceed 65 dB, yes?
Correct.
Okay. We know with a partial window that wouldn't be, that wouldn't occur if the council were right and there were a 70 dB max outside, because you would get the 15 reduction, which would give 55 dB. The inspector asked you questions about partially open windows and what use that would be during the night time.
Yes.
I don't want to put words in the inspector's mouth, but I think the point being, well, wouldn't you want to be flinging the windows wide open if it had been a hot day? What level of ventilation can one achieve with a partial window in terms of a partially open window versus one that is closed?
Well, one that's closed is
Yeah.
0.
Yeah.
Partially open, I think from the analysis, probably if you're getting 15 dB and you assume a nominal room volume, you're probably looking at about 2.2 meter square equivalent area, which is about 40 times more than your trickle vent that you have in your window to open. So those trickle vents are there for background ventilation, for normal whole dwelling ventilation year round. So yeah, opening a window to that much will give you at least 40 times more ventilation.
Yeah. Okay, and then again, coming from your experience in terms of assessing the thermal effects on buildings, if one is able to partially open windows during the night time, does that have a material effect on internal temperature or not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
There was also the suggestion, well, what use is it at being able to open windows during the day if I then have to close them at 11 o'clock?
Yes.
Yeah. And obviously on our timings, we've got the night time as 11 till 7.
Yes.
Yeah. When is the? By all means, if you don't know the answer, please don't speculate. But when is the coolest time of the day?
Night.
Yeah.
It's the coolest time of the day. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, early morning. So 7 a.m. Onwards, and then it starts to get warmer. And then again, when the sun goes down, then it starts to get cooler again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, during the day, could residents have windows fully open?
Yes.
You were asked just toward the end about the alternative road solutions, if I put it that way.
Yes.
I mean, I think you've answered the point, but the suggestion being that there could be a configuration which puts it closer to, I don't know which, it's too blocky, blurred.
Yeah, apologies.
36. Now, in terms of those two options and the comparison to the proximity to 48, do you have any observations to make in terms of distances?
Well, like I said, it may get marginally closer, but it's not going to. It is already going to be a low impact. That's not in dispute, and the moving slightly closer wouldn't change that fact.
Yeah.
It's so far away that it's not anywhere near a significant effect.
Okay then. And then lastly, we've looked at lots of different guidance. We've looked at lots of different drawings and various different opinions. And just to finish up, and again, if you're not comfortable answering, then please don't. But just based on your experience of many years in this industry, what we're dealing with here is a residential estate road, which will have 32 movements over the course of 8 hours between 11 o'clock at night and 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Firstly, is that to your mind, are we looking at some unusual circumstance or something that is commonplace?
Very common, extremely common.
Okay. With that in mind and the nature of the development, you know, what is your overall view as to whether there is likely to be any issue arising from the use of this estate road for this residential development in a residential area?
I find it hard to believe that it would be anything other than the low impact that we've predicted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Healy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You can step
Thank you,
down
sir.
now.
Thank you.
I don't think I want to discuss the 106 or conditions. Do you?
I was so excited to get on to that.
Yeah, I can see you. Yeah. Well, I mean, why don't we just discuss it on Tuesday before we have the closings? Can we do that?
Yes.
I mean, virtually.
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously.
Well, I mean,
What's the point now where planning is going to be done tomorrow?
well, I mean, we could do it tomorrow if you like, but I don't know how long the planning's going to take. How long do you?
Well, I was just going to say, because if we're done with planning tomorrow, but we're going to close on Tuesday, then we're not going to sit on Friday.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm just thinking about, you know, am I going to go home tomorrow evening, for instance? Yes.
So we will go back to the northwest.
Yeah.
Which is the chunky drive.
Yeah. And we've both got similar chunky drives. Yeah.
So my preference would be Tuesday before.
And that's fine with me. I think there's obviously no point coming back Friday to discuss conditions. I'd rather not try and close on Friday. I'd rather have the time to do the scribbling we need to do. And then it gives the two noise witnesses some time to draw up that condition that you asked to talk about, that condition that you asked for as well.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah. And I think well, I don't know, but the planning witnesses might be slightly shorter than the noise witnesses. Possibly. I mean,
we did have Mr. Agarwal as well, but that was a brief interlude. Yeah.
well, it's not even 4:30, so I mean, we'll be likely finishing about 4, hopefully tomorrow. Certainly no later than now, I don't think. No. So could drive home afterwards. So yeah, okay. So on Tuesday, 10 o'clock, we'll do the conditions and including that condition that I mentioned, and then the 106, and then we'll have the closings, and there's enough time in that day to do that, isn't there? Yeah. Let's do that then. So do we need to start at 9:30 tomorrow? May as well, yeah. Let's do that then, yeah.
I have no strong views, sorry.
Yeah. No, let's do that. So yeah, I can pack up at the hotel and come here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, fine. Right. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. See you at 9:30. I'm going to read them, but basically, do they all say the same thing? More or less?
Very similar. Yeah.
Very similar, yeah. Okay, fine. Okay. You were going to give me maybe a copy of the Malden Cemetery case. Are you still going to do that? Or do you just want to put it on the core docs?
I think it has been uploaded on the core doc.
Oh, that's all right. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, no doubt someone will mention it tomorrow. Or yeah, if you got one. Yeah, fine. Okay, thanks. Okay, great.
And we need to put a summary of the 106 for you tomorrow, to give you tomorrow.
I got that. I had that today. So, yeah, just to be clear, leave all the stuff here again. Yeah, I'm going to leave all the files here. Yeah. Okay, fine. All right, see you.